Oh dear. All this time I was bumping some music and like it was not playing. That's hilarious. Oh man. I was just looking at it and I'm like, oh, I'm listening to it. I'm sharing. Oh, no. Dang. I'm not. That's crazy. I'm so smart.
Stop the hate and let them leaks know that we turn the club into a freak show. Turn the club to a freak show. Turn the club to a freak show. Turn the club, yeah, we turn the club to a freak show. Turn the club into a freak show. Freak show, turn it to 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 a freak show.
All right. Well then. So this is a format where if you'd like to come and make some commentary on this, I do have a join link here for folks. If I think that you're somebody like BK who just recently porn bombed Miss Parker's channel, I won't invite you in, just so you're aware. So I am a little bit picky and choosy who comes in and who doesn't. But there is a link there, and if you ask, you might receive. And so right now, it's just going to go and catch up on some Shanny and Rev here. So why is my interest in Shanny and Rev? Well, I used to be friends with Jason Ergoff, like internet friends from a distance, not somebody close. I have long-term friendships, going 20 plus years in my real life here. But on the internet, I mean, it's part of real life, but like it's like, if you think of it like a Target or like an orbit, like he's way the hell out there, right? Like, somebody that I'm friendly with, but not somebody that I consider like family or close friends. Uh, someone out in the orbit somewhere, maybe by Uranus. I don't know. But somebody that I was friendly with. And you don't want to hear shit I got to say for sure. So like, it's come to the point where I think I'm a little bit in shock and disappointment because I thought he was a better man than he actually was. And so that's some of my interest right there. And, some of it is that Shanny's been a hateful wench to so many people, not just myself, so many people that I know personally that I have an interest there as well. So, yeah, so I do watch and see. My hope in the long run is that maybe they could answer, maybe one day they'll have like a Damascus event. Well, they'll be like, we need to change and be better, and we need to get some psychological help, counseling. We need support. We clearly don't know how to adult, so we need like hand holding from the adult level, and be able to like somehow become better people. But at this point, I yet to see that. And so, unfortunately, like if you don't laugh at the terribleness in the world, sometimes you might end up crying. So that's kind of where I'm at on that. If drag brings his ass in here, I'm boycotting all of you too. Drag likes breaks from this actually. So drag is actually spending time with his wife. I just talked to him a few minutes ago, just kind of about like what happened to Miss Parker's stream and stuff. Um, yeah, so he's been everywhere today. Well, there's a lot going on, right? So Miss Parker just recently interviewed BK, and I kind of scrubbed through that, and I saw the TJ incident, which BK, by the way, has that on hotkey. And here's the weird thing about that is I don't think TJ ever wanted that around everywhere. So in a way, there's like a double whammy on that. So not only is he porn dramming Miss Parker's stream, but he's actually using revenge porn to do it. So, like, think about that. If that was a woman and not a man, I don't know if Christians would tolerate BK for something like that. I'm just saying. So just some food for thought, something that you might want to, think about. Mark Weiser did a video discussing the opportunities given by certain businesses in PA that hire felons if Rev has changed, and that he can actually check out some job and opportunities. That's some great things. So one of the things that happens with people that are felons, or in Rev's case, it's misdemeanor, so it's not too big of a deal. But if you have a felony or a misdemeanor, it's really tough to get a job, and the injustice or difficulty in the U.S. is that like you're forever condemned, right? And um, you have to. It's like a scarlet letter, and it's very difficult to hire. I mean, if you have all these candidates that don't have a felony and have this one that does, which one do you pick? And so there's a lot of discussions to be had about like what could improve, because what happens is if somebody is a felon, they're like forever stuck, and it's there needs to be a way out for redemption, right? A way to grow and stuff like that, instead of pushing people into crime. But in this case, it's a misdemeanor, and that doesn't block too many jobs, frankly. Uh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I think so as well. This I think what I view him as like somebody that was not a perfect person or anything way, but like took a big tumble, and it looks like for their relationship, they're each other's worst enablers, if that makes sense. Like he's a feeder, and drugs and stuff like that, and so it's been kind of rough. Yeah. So, all right. So I'm gonna just put this on here. If you'd like to join, there is a join link in the description, and then also I'll pop it in the chat one more time. And we're going to Misty Science Theater this and see what happens. I'm going to start kind of out of order here in time sequence. So I did want to give proper dues where proper, I'm going to use XX Archives channel because, well, I am too lazy, and I have enough time constraints in my life to where I don't have the time to archive. I guess you could get super nerdy and write a script and have it automatically do its thing, but I'm not that kind of nerd, and so I can't do that. But there's all sorts of things that our archivers and people that take the effort to do uh, saving videos and stuff like that. And I think there needs to be a lot of appreciation for those folks, because even if they're not doing talking heads, they're taking the time to cut it out for you. Unirock, for instance, has a whole Discord of people that help him put together the materials that he needs, and they do a really good job sometimes. Like what they did with the fraud raiser was really impressive, and they took the time to put it in the work that a lot of people talked about, but nobody actually put in the work for. So I do want to give credit where credit's due. So anytime I think you share like an archivist channel, make sure that they want a shout out. If they don't, and they need to be kept quiet because maybe they're being mass flagged by people like BK, then don't give them a shout out. But this person is pretty public, so I'm going to share this with you. And I don't recall if I actually checked the little thing where I share sounds. I'm going to redo it because I'm that person that makes sure, is the door locked? Is the door locked? Is the door locked? I'm not sure. All right. There we go. I checked the thing. All right. All right. Let's see. Why are you slamming the table? Oh, God.
Jesus Christ is king. I'm at a coughing fit. I'm sorry, folks. Arthur Morgan situation.
Why don't you be a Rev News situation or Jason situation?
I don't know. How's everybody doing?
Back then, they didn't call it TB. They called it galloping consumption. You got the consumption. Did he mute? Or did my sound go out? Maybe he muted. I don't know what's happening. I'm gonna see if the sound comes back. Usually he doesn't bother to mute, so I'm impressed if he muted. All right, the sound went out. Let me see what happened here.
Had a
Okay.
coffee, Satan.
Okay, so he muted and forgot to unmute. Okay. Just double check him.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this. Fetch you. Jesus. Get behind me, Satan. Psalm 23. That's it. No demons are going to be allowed.
No demons are going to be allowed.
No demons are going to be allowed in here. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow.
By the way, his cough isn't just all in his lungs. So I have this theory, and I've told him this. Knowing an alcoholic in my life who died of alcoholism, I can tell you that that cough might be acid reflux, and you might have some throat esophageal problems and stomach, and you probably should see a doctor. It might not just be your lungs. Now, the lungs thing, like you smoke and you vape and all that stuff, and it doesn't matter if it's pot or nicotine, it's fucked up, and he does smoke too much. But he also clearly has acid reflux, and it's bad. If you ever noticed, he's going right after he eats, and he's belching a lot, and he's constantly like holding his like chest area. He has acid problems on top of just the lung, so like he probably should see a doctor. But like these people don't take care of themselves in any way, so I don't know.
Of death I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod, thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over.
He just slams his
Surely
drink down.
goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Amen. Satan is done. I'm not going to take Satan anymore. So, you know,
Oh, I started smoking when I was 13.
It's not my first rodeo. I came to this hangout stuff because folks, I am going to completely separate YouTube and this Google Plus thing because look, I just don't understand what that was. It was brought to my attention by my wife, actually. So it's a blessing and a curse because I met her because of this, but she knew me even before G Plus Hangouts. But now I love all of these people, okay?
Oh my god. So like Rev, I'm pretty mad at you because you're abusive to these kids and you're calling your kids, well, they're not even your kids, but the kids that you're the acting father towards, cunts, and you're obviously not allowing them to have livable conditions and stuff like that. But if you want to live, you might need to see a doctor. I'm just saying. If you care at all about living.
I'm really sorry. I really do love all of these people, okay? I had really good discussions with some
You can't love everybody, Rev. It's not possible.
people. I got to meet some really cool people I wouldn't have met otherwise. Like I got to meet Aaron Raw in Nadia's room. Sorry.
There you go. There's the belch. I
And I
told you.
got to meet DPR Jones in Nadia's room,
Or
Magic Sandwich Show, who passed on. God rest his soul. I believe he made it, actually.
I'm terribly, terribly sorry.
Okay, so, but there is such a dark and seedy side to this place, and this should be like an expose on
Mm.
not just this smoky saint guy, but Matt Bell, Matthew Bell from the UK, and a guy named Sean G from, I believe he was from Louisiana, and he was convicted on he was a child porn director, folks.
No, he I knew him and I was friendly with him only in the sense that like he helped me learn some video techniques and photography stuff. He's incredibly talented. He was charming and handsome and young. We wouldn't have expected that. And he actually worked for different companies and stuff like that. And talented guy. Um, distribution. I wouldn't necessarily say director, but yeah, he's in jail. Okay, Matthew Bell's in jail. Yep. If you get a group of 50 people or more, there's a chance a predator might be in the group. I'm just saying.
He always came in Nadia's room like he had this southern type hospitality to his voice, and all the ladies just loved him. Yeah, they did. Okay, he was very handsome, looked like kind of like Josh Homme from Queens of the Stone Age, lead
I actually have a video of him, but I'll spare you because like that's just too much. But yeah, he was a handsome guy.
singer. Very handsome and smooth talking individual. This guy was a child pornographer.
Distributor.
You know, I just set up my new camera. Yeah, I'm doing good, Krista. No, it's just I have coughing spells sometimes, and this just happens. My family has that. Like in, it's a coughing thing. My grandma, to the day she died.
Okay. Could it be that your family all drank and also had acid reflux and maybe smoked like a chimney? Could it be?
Had a coughing fit. So I got coffee. I'm trying to rock the coffee product placement. It don't matter anymore. Jason Avocados. I still got those accounts though. Okay, I'm going ego now. See, I'm thinking about myself. I repent of that. I'm trying to get back to what I used to be, which was I always had a focus like a laser that it's about this. Okay? It's about this. It's about this. Okay? It's that, and it's Jesus, and it's loving, and it's prophecy. Okay? Because prophecy is unfolding before your very eyes right now as you sit there. There are things happening that were spoken of in the scriptures thousands of years ago. Okay? There's my love. Okay, I got to do this for her really quick, folks. You got to give me a second because love is essential to any healthy and good relationship. What are these hearts? They're unity. Oh, okay.
Um, I guess he's referring to Shanny in chat and she's giving hearts or something. I don't know. But yeah. Yeah, there's love there. There's certainly love there, whatever that is.
see. All right, we're doing the unity symbol. Then I got to get a keyboard, folks. There's two. I'll up your unity heart with another unity heart. Shanny needs love. So
Why has he slammed the thing?
G plus is what you would call a blessing and a curse for me, because I was sitting in rooms with actual pedophiles and I didn't know it.
Guess what, Rev? There are times when you can go to a church and that church has 50 people or more. And doot, 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 one of them's an abuser. Doot, 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 one of them is a kitty pedo. One of those. You don't No, unfortunately. So you could be sitting in a room with real life and not know that. Now, the important thing is when you see abuse, to report it as abuse when you see it and put a stop to it. But there is a chance in any community that there are going to be a few bad apples in it, right? This is what happens, unfortunately. And on the internet, it's even a higher chance, I think.
Okay. What? Look, if I sold this mic, they'd give me $60 for it, and it's worth 2,000. It's my mic forever. Okay. So yeah.
So that's interesting. So we were talking about the mic. He's got the $1,600 mic. So we looked up the model. It's on Sweetwater for $1,600. Now he claims it's some old mic that he had in storage in the house, and G-Man saved it for him. But I happen to remember what his mic looked like, and it didn't look like this. It was slimmer, and I want to say he had a Shure mic before that, and then he replaced it with another Shure mic. And they were all about in the $500 to $800 range. This one's a $1,600 mic. And so I don't recall in the years that I've known him of him having this mic. I can say that I've seen him with a Yeti. I've seen him with a Shure microphone. I've seen him with this. But yeah, so I don't know about this story of like, I've had this mic in storage. I have questions because they've recently had a lot of donations, and we all have questions about how they're spending it, because the whole point is like, do we want to give to people and enable A, their internet addiction, and B, enable drugs and just like not taking care of their kids and just buying toys for themselves. Hey Ethan, thank you for coming. Ethan, can you hear me? I can't hear you. So if you were there, I cannot hear you. Ethan, if that is actually you, go ahead.
Yes, it's me.
Okay.
Hold on. I had my mic settings. I was doing things earlier. So like I've never really watched a lot of Rev and Shanny's stuff. I just like I see you comment on them, right?
Oh yeah,
About them, right? Well, I see you. I see Drag. Whoever.
right, right,
Um, so that mic is definitely a very expensive condenser mic. It's absolutely the wrong mic for that room because you want a dynamic mic for a room like that, but
right.
that's a whole other thing. Um, do we know when about he got that mic?
So the everybody thinks that maybe this mic showed up after they got recent donations, right?
Okay.
Because he when in the footage where they left the apartment behind, in the footage is a $500 Shure mic left behind.
Jesus
It's at least 500. They just left it behind, right? They left all the Magic the Gathering expensive cards behind. We would figure that would be around like what, $500 or something. They left a whole bunch
Yeah.
of manga. Is that how you say it? I'm not into
Oh,
that, but like they left
yeah.
a whole bunch of that, like shelves and shelves of that.
Good.
And
Burn it.
like they could have sold all that stuff if they had started early and started eBaying that shit. And
Right.
it wouldn't necessarily fix all their problems, but at least would give them some sort of footing. But instead,
Right.
they're
Sure.
just irrational. They act like drug addicts. Let's just say there's no rationality ever with them right now.
Yeah.
So they left the mic behind, and then he shows up uh, after several weeks. Dust settles, and he shows up with this mic. So people have questions, and when they question it, the rebuttal back is, "Well, G-Man was saving this mic. He got it from the house." So I don't know. It looks sus.
Here's the other thing that you have to realize about that microphone. Okay. That microphone is what's known as an XLR microphone. Okay, for people in the audience that don't know, an XLR is the X channel, the left channel, and the right channel. The X channel is basically the grounding channel. I'm not getting into a whole audio engineering
thing here.
It's three-pronged, and it almost always requires a soundboard, right?
Correct. It has to go into some sort of interface to be converted into a USB signal before it can go into your computer. For instance, I use a Go XLR Mini. That's it's got preamps and it's got a bunch of buses and stuff. Again, that's not what's important. The thing to remember about a microphone like that, like my microphone was $100, right? The microphone I'm talking in right now, but the Go XLR was another $150. I think when I got it, I got it used. So you don't just have to buy a really nice microphone. You also have to put it through a nice interface before it can go into your computer. You can't plug an XLR microphone directly into a computer. A computer doesn't know what to do with that signal. There's no interface. It's completely impossible. So what's he got? I want to know what he's got it plugged into.
Could he use a Scarlett to plug it into? Like a Scarlett, those?
Potentially. Here's the other thing. So if that is a condenser microphone, which it looks like, a condenser microphone requires what's known as phantom power in order to work.
Right.
And the interface has to have phantom power in it, or the condenser, because of how condenser technology works. Again, I'm not getting a whole audio engineering technology thing right now, but
I'm following you because I worked sound and events and I know enough.
Sure. Well, I'm trying not to bore anybody in the audience who doesn't know what I'm talking about. But you can't, that's an even nicer interface. Like mine, I've got very good preamps in my Go XLR Mini. It's one of the reasons why I have it, because I do use condenser microphones for some things sometimes. Not getting into that right now.
Right.
But he doesn't just have that microphone. He's also got some sort of interface. Because you have to.
Right.
There has to be something between that microphone and a computer for it to be converted into a USB signal that a computer could understand and use.
So that interface would be probably something worth between $150 to $800, something like that. Maybe
$150 to what? I mean, there are mixing boards that are $100,000.
Right, but I mean, it wouldn't be like a big old Mackie board or something, right? Like it'd be something.
I mean, I think that there are relatively good ones available for in the $100 to $150 range.
Right. So if you add like the dollar point, ding, 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 I mean, somebody did that and they made a video of how much money they were spending at Dave and Buster's, and then they told the kids when they said, "I want to play games," that they didn't have money. And just like it was like a mukbang, ding, 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 ding. Like you just added how much money Shanny was eating and consuming, and it was so much that like it was like 4 meals each person.
It's astonishing to me that. How old are they?
So they're younger than me. So I'm 40. I think Shanny's somewhere around 38, and I think he's about the same.
Okay, and they haven't figured this out yet. Yes, Shadow, exactly. If they were leaving all that stuff around, where's the mixer? I want to know I want to see what that microphone is plugged into. That's what I want to know. I want to know what it's plugged into.
Panda says 38. Yeah,
38.
So,
why don't they have it figured out by now? Why? I mean, you don't.
So
listen, I would love a Shure. I get my paycheck tomorrow, right? Mm-hmm. I want a Shure SM7B more than anything else on earth right now. But I got it, and I might end up buying one tomorrow. But that's a different conversation. But I'm not, because I got to pay. The internet has to get paid, and I got to pay my electricity bill and rent.
Goddamn responsibilities.
So
get this: they bought a PS5 on eBay, or by a dealer. Like when people were just shilling those things out, right? Mm-hmm. So like inflated price PS5, and the way that they rationalized it is they said, well, we're going to need this for our business, such as YouTube and playing games. So they bought it at this inflated price and then bragged about their PS5. They didn't even sell that fucking thing. Like they didn't pay rent for months, like for 3+ months at least, did not pay rent. It's just insane. Like I've never.
I don't have words. Is that what he left a Shure SM7B? I gotta.
He did in Drag's video. You'll see it and you'll cringe. that was one of the first things I said is he left that behind.
That's
Wow.
my dream microphone. I have a picture of one around here somewhere that I look at sometimes.
He could have sold it for a decent amount. Even
Sure.
like,
Oh, you
it
could
doesn't-
sell one of those for 300 easy. Easy. They don't
Oh,
lose their value.
I said they're behind 3 months. Simply Christina says 6 months. Oof,
Jesus.
that's some pretty serious behind rent, and it was a luxury apartment too, so it's a lot.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure.
And
now
they
they've
left
got
it
an eviction.
damaged. They left it
Right.
really damaged.
And
Yeah.
now they've got an eviction on their credit, so getting another apartment's going to be a real bitch. They complained about Biden. What did they mail the rent check to Biden and he didn't forward it on to their landlord? I hate it. Those fucking Democrats, I swear to God.
All right, right. It makes no sense, right? The only way that this makes sense is if you could somehow put the brain of a meth head into your brain, and then maybe you could make sense of it. That's, like,
Dear President Biden, I mailed you all of my rent checks and you didn't send them to my landlord.
So Porpoise wants to say something about her fellow Pennsylvanian. I linked that there. Go ahead and click the link, Porpoise. Come on in.
Yeah.
Sabella Shepherd. Now Sabella has like known these folks as long as I have. To Jason, if Jason was smart, he might want to stop calling and smoking a pedophile, because that might not actually be him. So yeah. Oh yeah. So further
Wait,
in the video, he
what?
makes so there's Smokey Saint. Smokey Saint is not as Smokey Saint hasn't been around as long as we have. Like
Okay.
and Smokey Saint is kind of an asshole, but he is fun to have conversations with. And usually, if you have a social contract with him and kind of, are polite, usually he's polite back. Eventually, he might kick the shit out of you with words. But what's interesting with Smokey is he lets you back into the room. So like it's interesting. He's an interesting fellow. But I have a lot of hangups with Smokey, and I'm sure he does me. But it reminds me of the olden days, and I think that's why I interact with him. That being said, Rev's gonna rage at Smokey Saint because there is a release of information that Raging Atheist put out supposedly about Smokey Saint, and then the information came from Thick Shades that we know of. So like we don't know what's real, what's not. So like I just kind of leave it alone until time will tell.
Gotcha.
More stuff goes out, right? So Sinister Porpoise, you said you wanted to talk about your fellow Pennsylvania. Welcome.
Yes, we are from the same state.
It's good to see you, I guess.
Well, at least we're not talking about which religions Looney Tunes characters have.
This is true. Yet.
See,
By the way,
it's
check
great.
out the video I did on my channel where I interviewed Sinister Porpoise the other day. Ethan Plays Live.
All right. Rev, you need to get away from Shanny, first off.
I can do whatever I want.
Hey, I can give my opinion. He's under no obligation to listen to it.
Yep.
But you really do need to start listening to people who are telling you you need mental health treatment. Pennsylvania is a better state than some other states for that. It's not the greatest.
Are you talking to Rev or me?
I think you're taking your meds, so probably Rev.
Okay.
Spackle, this is an intervention.
Okay, understand. Okay, I'm sorry. This is to Rev. Okay, continue.
We've all seen what has happened between you and Shanny. And quite frankly, Rev, I know it's not necessarily my business, but while you aren't always the greatest person from what I tell, Shanny has been outright abusive to you. All right, go ahead.
I agree. Like he's abusive to the kids and he's abusive to her, but there's an abuse that's going backwards too. So if you remember when he had seizures from getting off of alcohol, and she said, "Oh, I got this. I'm trained in medical alcohol intervention, and you can get off of alcohol cold turkey." And then he went into had a bunch of seizures, and his brain went erp erp, and for like months he was like out of it. It was her that started dolling him up, putting on the dress and calling him Revelina and sexualizing him while on camera while he's derped out. And like that was like really, I think that was abusive. Like, I think that was creepy.
Yeah, that's
But
insane.
I'm
yeah.
sorry. My head is hurting over something. Did you say Shanny said she was trained in alcohol treatment in any way?
Yes. Yep.
yes.
And mental health counseling and yep, everything. And yep.
Well, that's impressive without a high school education.
Right. Right.
She watched a lot of YouTube videos.
So he had some serious seizures, and he's not come out of that very well. He's lost some brain capacity, unfortunately.
Definitely.
Yeah, but it's just a quick recap, Ethan, since you don't know Rev from the past. Rev from the past had a swinging personality where he'd go from nice, I love you, brother, I love you, unity, 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 love bomb you. And then it would swing from love bombing to like one day he'd snap and yell and scream and he was drunk. And he'd be
Super drunk.
yeah,
Oh,
like
Jesus.
and Nadia's room, he'd be like, I love you, Nadia, I love you. And he'd chase after Nadia all the time. And then he would defend people that would attack Nadia for being trans. And he'd be like, no, like, leave her alone. And then one day he'd come in drunk and be like, Nadia, you're a man. And just like snap in another direction. And you're like, what is going on? What is this?
God.
And so he already had that swinging personality. It's just it happens so rarely. People just understood like this is a man in grief. He obviously drinks too much. And
Right.
people would give him a pass and sidestep it. Well, this has been amplified by 10 since he's been with Shanny.
Yeah, she's enabling him. You
Yeah.
know?
Well, there's another component to that relationship as well, though, because of the abuse.
Right.
Right. It's horrific, right? Like it's
Yeah.
if you watch the videos of the things that he says in front of the kids, to her, Rev is incredibly culpable. So it's not like he's innocent in all this. I think people like to focus on Shanny because she can be quite a monster. But yeah, it's I don't know.
Well, because a lot of the things that I see him doing that are abusive towards the kids and stuff are him lashing out because she's abusing him.
Right.
It's not that he's instigating it. It's that he doesn't have another outlet and he can't go anywhere. Like, he wanted to go to the hospital and she bitched and moaned and complained that they didn't have any gas for him to go and get mental health help.
Yeah, she laughed at him too another time when he said he needed mental help. She just laughed at him. Because only Shanny has mental health issues, right?
Right.
Sorry, Porpoise, I talked over you. Go ahead.
Don't worry about it too much. I'm not real good about not interrupting people.
All right, I'm going to play some more video. Let's see what else he has to say here.
Okay.
Alex Jones Deluxe that he broke. Now, focused. Okay, I'm trying to be focused here, and it's a distraction.
I love his outfit.
There is a seedy underbelly to it. And part of it came out, and I hope it fully is exposed that anybody else that was involved with those people are caught. But now we come to this newbie, and this guy's a newbie. This Smoky Saint guy.
So Smokey Saint's been around for a little bit. I would say at least 3 years. He started showing up on the debate circuits and modern day debate and stuff like that.
It's
And
been 2-3 years.
at least 3, yeah, okay. And then like Discords and stuff like that. And he's got some debates against Godless Girl pretty early on. And he's one of the few. He's one of the, and I'm not like, I'm kind of very neutral in this, but he's one of the few conservative theists that have some balls to actually not run away from an argument. And so he's a little bit unusual that way, and that might be what attracts some people to engage with him.
I never heard the name. I heard a couple people that I knew say his name, that they hung out with him or something. Why would you hang out with this guy? To the people that know who they are that talk to me, why would you hang out with this guy and call yourself a Christian? So Shanny has this video on in there where this Smoky Saint is talking to my brother in Christ, Robert Allen Williamson Sr.
I want to tell you about Robert Allen Williamson Sr. Now that it's out there, I didn't know that was his name, but I hope he doesn't mind being doxxed because that's what you just did. But Raw has been around like since the beginning of YouTube, pretty much, and Raw is attitude. So when we showed evidence to Raw about like Rev screaming at the kids, the boys sleeping in piss stained sheets, poo smeared everywhere. Raw's reaction was, it's okay. God will sort it out in the end. I just have to worry about my kids. I'm not going to worry about anybody else's kids. Justice will be served in the end. It doesn't matter. Like Raw's attitude in chats, and I mean in several chats, has been like, look the other way. It doesn't matter because Christ. So that's why Raw's a brother.
I mean, what do you expect from a dude who faked his own death?
That's true.
All right. Someone who is more versed in that particular environment can correct me, I'm here, but isn't supposedly everyone a brother and sister in Christ, or is that just some strange Mormon idea? Also, just one thing. I'm really digging his like Kid Rock, Ted Nugent crossover vibe here for some reason.
All right. Well, I'd say most Christendom that's conservative, and it's not Episcopalian or Methodist, but most of the conservative evangelicals will call a Christian brother like brotherhood, sisterhood. There's a contingency of belief in Christ, So like, I don't know how it is in Mormonism, but there's a contingency in most evangelicals.
Okay. He's talking to Raw. And this brother that I can't tell you the unity I feel with that brother. Like he's just a dad or something.
Here it is again. So just so you know, a background with Rev used to preach about unity. So anytime, like, say, Vacal and I got into a theological debate about something, right, about like homosexuals was like a big one because I was in Nadia's room all the time, right, and we did fight about that, and like Rev would be like, you shouldn't argue about these things in public, even though it's a public forum where people argue. Christian unity, like he has always been about Christian unity, but like let me explain to you the kind of Christian unity that this guy talks about. It's using Matthew 18 as circle your wagons, go to your brother in private, and don't show that you have disagreements in public. That's the Christian unity he speaks of, as this really kind of cultish unity, the kind of same thing that would drive, say, the Jehovah's Witness church to say it shows Christian unity to like report abuse to your elders as opposed to going to like the police department, for instance. Like, it's, I don't know if you've experienced this Christian unity thing in the Mormon church, but it's definitely alive and well here on the internet.
The Mormons are it's a very tight-knit group outside of Utah, mostly because they're pretty much besieged by all other more traditional Christians. So yeah, I don't think that would apply.
Christian unity is holding hands watching the witch burn.
Hey, listen. We don't burn that well.
But you are made of wood.
Really good influence on me. And he's been the same for Shanny. Because I have anger issues. Oh, you better believe it. I could chuck this microphone against the wall and bust it into 50 pieces. Absolutely true. I have massive fucking anger. I do. Okay? But he's the type of guy that just comes in and goes, look, you're a Christian, right? I'm like, yeah, Raw, I'm a Christian. Well, you got to take a breath, brother. He's got this covered at Calvary already. That's Raw. So we have this disgusting, convicted, whatever he is.
I just want to say right now, what Rev is doing is he found some information from an unreliable source. He's running with it to throw stones at Smokey Saint because Smokey Saint dared be critical, and Smokey Saint actually went to G-Man to say, stop enabling these fuckers. And I don't know about the truthiness of the Smokey Saint thing, but I will say that he was one of the few people that challenged G-Man and say, stop enabling these fuckers in the Christian side.
Well, as far as I know, he hasn't been convicted of anything, even with the information that Rev has.
Right. And honestly, the information is it's not as, say, a dire situation as, say, the warden situation. This is something that is allowed in some southern states, let's just say.
Oh my God.
I
If
know,
you
it
got
creeps
the
me out.
docs on him like Sam does, our brother Thick Shades, okay? Who's solid Christian, man. Okay? Trying to make peace in the world through Jesus Christ's sacrifice and blood. And we got Bill Cuthbert, an amazing, really great guy. Okay? These are quality people that are actual Christians because they confess Christ with their mouth. You see the love in their life and their heart. We get in fights, sure.
When you see thick shades, do you see the love in your heart? I was just asking for a friend.
Nah, I see that guy that sent pizzas to people's work because he thought it was funny.
I don't know, but can someone get him a guitar so we can finally watch him play Cat Scratch Fever?
Oh, he has a guitar, but he's horrible.
Everybody gets in freaking fights. It happens. I fight with Shanny, sure. It happens. But it doesn't mean you don't love that person, okay? So we got Bill Cuthbert. We got just good people, man. Good Christian guys that got some rough edges because every good Christian has that rough edge to them.
Every good Christian has a rough edge to them? What does that mean? Does that mean that somebody's sweet and innocent and they're like, I'm a daughter of God and let's talk about purity? They're not a good Christian? Like, what are you talking about, you porn star Christian? By the way, he did porn as a Christian. Ha.
You know what I mean?
He did.
Well, that doesn't-
It was
Every good
pretty
one
sick.
has a little bit side of him.
that doesn't
Why?
mean
You're trying to say something, Purpose?
that doesn't mean he can't be a Christian.
No, but it shows like a certain hypocrisy, right? So they like link arms with fundamentalism. And then they say, oh, I'm linking arms with fundamentalism and I'm going to do this thing. Like, they just don't make any sense.
I mean, Bill Cuthbert, like, he's got more than some rough edges, and I'm not going to go into backstory on that because he's not really germane here, but, like, he's kind of a scumbag.
Sister Sunshine, you and I need to talk because what I read was 6 years difference, not 6 of years of age. So we'll talk about that sometime.
Oh, thank you, Dan. Yeah, we're going to... Amen. Hey, Dan, we're going to get together, all right? Because I'm ready to make a comeback. I think I'm getting there. I want to run for president in 2028, Dan.
Oh,
We
good
have
gods.
contacts that could help the individual.
Well, he's got my vote.
I'm done with this, Dan. Okay? Why did the American people be so freaking brain dead to put an ice cream eater into the presidency?
What?
Rupert Murdoch. I'm just a nice little man. I'm a communist.
Can somebody please explain this ice cream thing? Because Kincaid's been throwing ice cream cones all around, and they explained it as like the way that Noka kissed his kid and being creepy. But like, what does this ice cream cone thing mean? What is this? Does anyone know?
I think I've got it.
Go
Unless
ahead.
Ethan wants to explain it. It's basically during the 4th of July celebrations, and where's my harmonica? I need the citation yet direct right now. Joe Biden went into the White House during a photo shoot and brought out an ice cream cone. He's also known for eating ice cream cones at campaign stops. I don't know why it's an insult because a lot of people eat ice creams. But I think that's what it's all about.
I mean, if we're trying to link it back to the other stuff, it's because of the like Joe's been known to be a little creepy when it comes to like rubbing people's shoulders at random and stuff.
Sniffing people, that's invasive, by the
Yeah,
way. Sniffing,
yeah.
that's weird.
Again, like I think that's where some of the connotations are going. But anyways,
Okay, got it. Assuming they're basically saying is a creeper. Okay.
yeah.
I'm all for him running for president
I'm a
because I
nice
want to
old
see your
man
ads with the
communist.
teeth room.
Warren Buffett. Bullshit. You want to
How can anybody mistake Biden as a communist? The guy is like so capitalist. It's not even funny. Like,
Well, he put Rupert Murdoch and Warren Buffett in there, as well. So yeah, those guys are total communists. Let me tell you.
which doesn't make any sense. But again, drugs and alcohol, my friend.
take my guns? You want to take my rights? You want to take my human existence away?
No,
Why did we put Biden?
So I don't think you should have guns, Rev. Let's talk about that.
I'm going to say the main reason I voted for Biden is that he threatened to end everyone's existence. I remember when he made that promise on the campaign trail, and I was like, "Guy's got my vote. He's got my vote."
I think pretty much everybody voted for Biden because he wasn't Trump and he was what we had. I mean, sorry.
How dare you inject reality into this? Also, does this man have a traumatic brain injury of some sort?
Well, I mean, that's kind of what his quitting alcohol
Yeah,
did to him.
he had these weird ideas before the seizures, actually. So they
he had
existed
some-
before.
Yeah, he had some conspiratorial ideation quite a bit before.
Enough
but
enough to where his friends got concerned for him once, and he put on a cycle. Yeah. So yeah.
which is why he's afraid of people actually doing anything for him.
So this guy was a gun owner, and my understanding is that G-Man actually threw away his guns. Thank God.
Like in the actual
that's-
trash.
But that's not how you're supposed to disposal of guns. By the way, did you know? At least in my state, if you have guns and you're like, I need to put these for safekeeping. I think they're like in a dangerous situation. They're not safe. And even if they're not your guns, you can actually turn them over to the police department, and they will gladly take them.
They even do buybacks here, but I'm not a fan of them.
Yeah, but they don't necessarily give them back easily, though.
No, they don't. But do you think this man needs a gun? This is the man that pointed his finger on Shanny's forehead and said, "If I don't get mental help, I'm going to shoot you and the kids." And that was on camera on YouTube Live. So, do we want him to have a gun?
I don't, but I also know how, especially in Pennsylvania, because I had to do this to my mother, how hard it is to get people committed. My mother died after a mental health episode, Rev. Maybe you should check yourself in.
Yeah, he does need mental help for sure. But he won't go because I don't know.
And you're an adult.
I mean, if Shanny would
ice
even
cream
let him.
eater in there. Why? Holy shit. Thanks for the follow. That's kind of scary sounding. Sorry about that. Thank you for the follow.
That's a custom follow sound. He had to set that up.
Solfi. Okay.
Can you turn the volume up, or is it just that low?
Oh my god.
Let me see if I
That
can go any
wasn't
higher.
the default Streamlabs or Streamelements follow sound. That was a custom one. Like, what the fuck?
I'm sitting on the couch
Their
with her, and
kitchen
we're
isn't completely
listening
trashed.
to
I'm
this
impressed.
Obvious pedophile.
Yeah.
You could see it in his face. Oh, that's right.
You can.
folks.
Did he say
Okay,
you can
it's
see it in
right?
his
No, it's
face?
not.
Yeah, he literally said you can see somebody's a pedophile in their face. Yeah,
In their face?
because that's
Yeah,
how
'cause
that
they-
works.
Because as soon as you become a pedophile, they make you get a tattoo. I don't know if you guys knew that or not, but they make you get a tattoo right on your face when you join the club.
I thought that if you're a pedophile, you got a giant crevice down the side, like in the middle of your forehead.
Oh, yeah?
So you look like you got hit in the head with an axe. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
All right.
And you're automatically registered as a Democrat.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is.
And you become gay if you're not already. And by gay, I mean any form of
Right.
queer.
Well, that's when you make the choice to become gay.
That's honestly, sadly, this is a lot of the argumentation I run into on YouTube.
Oh, I
is
know.
that all gays are pedophiles, and
Mhm.
if you let homosexuals get married, what stops child marriage? Which, by the way, they're not at all concerned that you actually have child marriage in the United States of America right now. By the way, did you
Right.
know? There's a
Oh,
whole
yeah.
documentary about that. If
Oh,
you
yeah.
want to look it up.
I went to school with a girl who got married at 14.
Yep. And
Oh
you
my fucking god!
all it takes is your parents to sign you over to some creepy man.
Oh, it's a huge problem in certain fundamentalist Mormon communities.
Yep. Yep. It's something that really ought to change, but here we go.
Breaks my fucking heart, dude.
While we're on the subject, I'm about ready to sell off my sister.
Oh God.
Anyone need a wife?
Nope.
Midnight.
Well,
No, I
Midnight
wouldn't do
doesn't
more
like
to that.
women.
You look at this man in the eyes. There's darkness.
There's darkness.
Whatsoever in his eyes.
This is a man that has shark eyes complaining about Biden's eyes.
This is a man that thinks that Putin's an okay guy.
This is a man who's
Biden-
wearing that hat in public.
hey,
It's like the black pit of hell. That's where he's going because he's a pedophile. Do you know what God does to people that hurt children?
I don't know, but we'll find out when he judges you, Red.
He forgives them.
It's real bad what Jesus says.
It says better to have a millstone tied around your neck than to hurt one of these children.
Uh-huh.
And G-Man, by the way, says it's not literal children. It's like the one time that he's not like taking it literally.
Oh, really?
I don't know.
Right.
Things are literal and figurative to G-Man just kind of based on the situation. It's
Right.
very subjective.
No.
He's like, it's about teachers, not children. Like what?
well,
Yeah.
I know Shanny's a mandatory reporter. Wait, I don't know where I was going there. But I just want to defend the hat. I think that's an awesome hat.
I like the hat too, but
I
not
don't
sitting
like
in
that.
your house. Maybe like if you're hiking.
You know what it is? I'll tell you what it is. It's on him because his hair is kind of like long and straggly, and it's hanging down, and the hat is like too wide for his hair, and there's like a contrast between his hair and his hat, and the sunglasses on it are like really throwing me off. Like he's trying to protect that part of his hat from getting sun damaged or something. I don't know.
I'm just happy he's not wearing the woman's hat anymore.
Like, I think we're going too superficial here. His hair looks clean.
No, it doesn't.
No, it does not.
I think it does.
No.
It looks dyed.
His hair is fried from the hair dye. That's why it looks kind of clean.
Oh, okay. Well,
Right.
well, being fried. You can be clean and fried.
You can't be. That's why I said his hair gives
About people that hurt
the
children.
appearance of being clean because it's fried.
Okay, he tells you to go commit suicide. He does. He does
No.
say
No, he doesn't.
Better for a man to tie his neck like with a rope and throw like and around a millstone and cast himself in the sea. I mean, is that a call to suicide? Is that how he's interpreting the Bible? That's pretty dark.
People,
Well,
how's that?
some people really don't get hypothetical scenarios. Like, I remember this year I was telling people, it's like, if enough people get vaccinated, they don't have to wear a mask next year. And you'd be amazed how many people didn't hear that if part.
I always took it as it is so bad that judgment will be so serious that it's just like that bad of news. Like if God's gonna judge somebody extra harsh for that. But I don't like he's taking it as like literal suicide. I don't know.
Didn't someone in the Bible use God to summon bears to eat children?
Yeah, that was Elijah.
Yeah, it was Elijah.
Okay.
They
Are you
called him
serious?
bald. They
Yeah.
called him bald, and they said go up there. Actually, it's Elisha. Sorry, Elisha.
Yeah.
And he summoned the bears. The she bears came and ate like 40 kids.
Well, Nephi's a real big fan of that passage.
Now, some people say like there's apologetics saying that they're older, like teens. And when they say go up there, it's actually they're making fun of him because his master was taken up to heaven. So it was like this like veiled threat. But like I don't know. And other people are just like no, like God just likes to maul children to death with bears.
I don't care if like a bunch of teenagers are talking shit. Like the appropriate response is not let a bunch of she bears maul 40 of them to death. You know?
But
Sorry.
but if you were surrounded by some teens, let's say, and they had sticks and stones and they were gonna like murder you, I mean I don't know. Like
That does sound horrifying.
I mean, then I might assume I was in a Burger King parking lot. I don't know.
I mean the only way that you could like like make it like at all morally justified might be if you say that this is a Lord of the Flies situation, but like it's a stretch, right?
I don't know. I'm just gonna say it's a baller move. Like you come packed with God and bears.
Isn't living with Shanny a Lord of the Flies situation?
I mean,
Sorry, we're talking about the Bible.
I hate to say it, but the Second Amendment kind of protects that verse.
Right? He's literally armed with bears.
Yeah, he's literally he's got
Right,
the
the
right
bear
to bear
arms.
Yeah,
God.
and those bears are using their arms on those kids. So there you go.
Say that
Jesus
in the
Christ.
Bible. I didn't say that. Okay, so don't try and flag me down for that. The S word. I'm not telling you that. But Jesus says if you hurt children, that you're better off doing that. Okay.
Jesus says that.
Here
Hold on.
and listen to this.
He does.
This pedophile try to put my brother in Christ that I've been in. Oh my God! If it was a baseball game, it's like the dugout. We'd be in the hangouts, so we'd be with These atheists need to know Jesus, so we got to give them the outlaw because that's what they want to see. A show, I'll give you a show, folks. That stuff.
I think you need to know Cthulhu, Ref.
Thank you very much, D. Jones, 1048. D. Jones, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. But listen, I've fought in the foxhole with him.
What?
And I know his heart. The way he preaches, you can't fake that. Say, Smokey Saint, why don't you try to give one sermon on the level of Robert Allen Williamson, Sr., man? Okay, you try and give one sermon that even comes close to the power of Christ that he gives. No, you can't do it. You know why? Because you're a phony. You are a fake wolf Christian. Okay, this book talks about that.
I am taking like the I don't know stance on Smokey on a lot of things right now, and I would need more information on that sort of stuff, that like the accusations and stuff. But like, I will say this, that he is jumping on this shit, and the reason why he is because Smokey dared criticize him.
Right. I think Ethan and I had the same question. When did Rev fight with anyone in a foxhole?
Okay,
Right?
I show of hands in chat. All right, I want you to put a 1 in chat if you think that Rev could dig a foxhole. I want you to think. Want you to hold on, we got a couple here. I want you to put a 2 in chat if you think that Rev could get into that foxhole after digging it. And I want you to put a 3 in chat if you think Shanny would stop him from trying to dig a foxhole if he attempted to. So 1 if you think he can, 2 if you think he would actually go in it, or 3 if you just think Shanny would tell him just no. I'm guessing it's going to be all 3s.
4 if you think Shanny would try to build a pool.
I think it's more likely that Shanny would force him to dig a grave.
Well,
They're kind of the same.
Yeah.
Foxhole's just kind of a shallow grave.
You are a soldier in battle. You're in a defensive position, enemy fire all around. It's looking pretty bad. In your foxhole, you've got 2 people that might help you out. The religious guy and the atheist. Which one are you gonna count on to get you out of danger? The atheist, who realizes there's nobody to rely on but themselves and the team? Or the church boy, who's gonna pray to his invisible friend to get you out of danger using magic? You know the expression, God helps those who help themselves? If you're helping yourself, what do you need God for? It's almost like he's not even there. Gee.
Let's pray for her. I can see why she would be mad at God. As one of the most powerful pro-Christian comedy shows on TV, I think it's important to remember that God created atheists, which means they deserve respect, even if they don't are assigned by company rank and duty, not by a wish list. That girl who lives in outer space is Kate, and armed with only a Britney Spears mic, she's waged an unholy war against faith on YouTube. No one is more proud of what they believe in than people who don't believe in anything. I can see the appeal. Who wouldn't want their Sundays totally free for football and mimosas? But if God isn't
Why run it
real,
with football?
here's Wi-Fi work.
yeah. What about when football's not on?
And we both know it. Being an atheist is just diet Satanism. I can't explain Sudokus, but that doesn't mean there is no math. If there is no God, then who decides who gets cancer? I believe in the man upstairs the same way I believe the Heat could win a championship this year. What does it hurt to pretend? The truth is, I don't care what you believe in, as long as I never have to hear about it or get my head sawed off because of it. The Lord still loves Kate.
Jesus.
Heck, he may love her more because that little tease is playing hard to get. It drives him crazy. That's why I brought her to Hollywood, where everyone is damned to hell, for this week's Celebrity Profile.
The Bionic Dance was on Tosh, just so you know.
What do you think,
That's pretty
Matthew,
cool.
huh? Not so depressing now, is it? Got some succulents. People overwater succulents. That's the problem. You're so quiet. You want a heater? Here you go, Matt. Nice smoke. Careful,
Why does this
those things
remind
will
me of
kill you.
Borderlands?
Right?
The Babadook is back. Thank you, Matthew, for reading that book.
What? I'm not the Babadook. I'm an atheist, and every foxhole could use an atheist. Who's the dead guy?
It's Matthew. He's a good gay Christian fellow like myself. I'm not ready to say goodbye. Hopefully, when we meet back up in the afterlife, he has a shiny new butthole because there's not a lot of tread left on his earthly one. Do you believe in God?
I really don't. Unless you mean George Lucas.
I do not mean George Lucas. If God didn't write the Bible, then who did? J.K. Rowling?
Lots of people wrote it over many hundreds and thousands of years. I mean, if you notice, it had lots and lots of authors, many of whom contradict each other.
There is not one contradiction in the entire Bible.
There's whole websites describing the contradictions in the Bible.
Those websites are contradictions. If there's no God, then how did Noah know to build an ark?
You're assuming, of course, that Noah is not just a fairy tale. Oh, gosh, I thought I turned that off.
That's weird that God just interjected right at the perfect time. Thanks, big guy. Have you ever been to church?
I have. There was a Unitarian church that I tried for like once or twice.
You weren't forced to go to church as a child?
Oh, goodness, no.
What kind of parents did you have?
Oh, I was raised by hippies.
Hippies don't believe in
Oh, that
God?
makes so much
I
more
didn't say they
sense.
don't
I didn't know
believe in
that.
God. They just never made me go to church.
Sing me a few of the good atheist hymns.
I'm sure they exist, but I don't know them.
Do you know any good Christian hymns?
Rush has a few.
Joy, 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 down in my heart.
Okay, see, that
No, you
reminds
say
me.
where. You have to say where. I've got the joy, 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 joy down in my heart.
Where?
Down in my heart.
Where?
Down in my heart. I've got the joy, 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 joy down in my heart. Down in my heart to stay. How you holding up back there, Matt?
You know, he looks a little worse for wear.
He's fine.
Who's that in the photo?
That is my saint of a mother who happens to be covering up my glory hole. Would it change your mind if God were a lady?
Not really, no. What would change my mind is if God showed up, put in a personal appearance.
By that point, it'll be too late, Missy,
Too late for what?
to jump aboard the God train.
That's fine. If God was real, I'd be looking for some magic ring or flaming sword so I could kill him.
Okay. If you were going to go Christians, Jews, Muslim, which one annoys you the most?
It's kind of a tie between the Christians and the Muslims. The Jews tend to mind their own business, and that's what I like in a religion.
Yeah, I do appreciate the Jews minding their own GD business. What do you think of Bill Maher?
I do find him amusing. Sometimes he goes too far on some subjects, but for the most part, I think I respect him.
What about Ricky Gervais?
Oh, he's awesome.
You like him?
Let's face
Yeah.
it, there's very few
Yeah.
unfunny British comedians.
Oh, how did you come up with Bionic Dance?
Well, it's actually a reference to a cartoon show that I loved when I was a kid.
What was your favorite cartoon show?
Bionic 6, it's called.
Bionic 6. I don't know if I remember that. Do you get into that weird
Anime.
anime? Do you enjoy the anime?
I enjoyed it a lot more many years ago, but it's not as much of a thing for me as it used to be.
Was it?
This is the weirdest interview I've ever run into.
Right?
Yeah.
I forgot it turned into an interview. Let me skip ahead.
All right, can we go back to
Well,
Riff?
Just say bless
There,
you.
she had the web
Stop
redemption, which I think
pretending
was
like
it
that.
before this, or was it after this?
She has the web what?
She had
Right.
a web redemption from Tosh.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
I once lived in a town that was featured as one of his shitholes of the week.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah.
geez.
He didn't really tell you how much of a shithole it really is, though. The Dunkin' Donuts being gone doesn't describe it.
So now when people say foxhole, I just think of this now.
At least we're not Detroit.
At least we're not Detroit.
I mean, unless you live in Detroit, then I'm sorry.
Come
Okay,
on down to
you
Cleveland
are a
Town,
wolf Christian because they exist. Okay, now is a wolf a Christian? No, they just say they are. Okay, they want to devour the sheep. This guy is a pedophile, and I look.
Jesus Christ! You can't just say that about. Hold on,
By
pause it,
words
pause it.
like
Hold on.
pedophile, because you know why they're banning.
You cannot just say that about somebody. You like literally that's defamation.
Right.
You
Right.
Oh, yeah.
that's alleging that he's committed crimes. You can't just say that. You have to have fucking evidence. You can't just go around. Oh my! Like Rev could get into deep fucking shit over this.
I mean, from what I understand, there was some form of arrest, but I don't think there was a conviction.
There's no conviction. And there's
And
this
his-
rumor that it's a 6-year-old, but like what I read was that there's a 6-year difference between this.
Yeah.
And I can't tell if it's him or not. Like I literally compared the
It is.
picture that was provided with the other picture and compared back and forth. I went with earlobes. I went with any markings on the face. I just don't have enough information.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
And,
you can't just allege that shit about people. You have to be sure.
Is Rev's Twitch channel still up? Because like just saying those words
Should
will
get him
get
banned.
banned from Twitch.
Right. I don't know. But yeah, he just threw that out there. But like this also was thrown out by Raging Atheist too. So like
I
this
remember
is
when Knock was throwing it around, and I was like, okay, let's see the evidence. And there was never any evidence actually provided.
yeah, the evidence that's provided like doesn't seem clear enough.
Sure. And I don't know who this person. Like I have no idea who this person is.
Like
I'm not defending this person. Like this is the first I've heard of this. Just saying, you better have ironclad fucking court papers in your hand before you just start saying that shit about
Yeah,
it.
I mean, there's a reason that we can say the things that we say about Mr. Warden, and that's because we've
Right.
all seen the actual court documents. We've seen the interview with Al Espinoza, the police chief of God, I forget where he's police chief of. I think it's Pasadena, but yeah.
Yeah, like I've read the court papers. That's completely different. He's a convicted. He's on the sex offenders list and stuff. Like
Yeah, for
that's
life.
completely different.
Yeah.
For life.
Right.
Truth is a defense against defamation, or not defamation.
You
Slander
can't
and
just
libel.
throw accusations that people have committed felonies around. Like you can't do that.
Well, I mean, this is the pillbox playbook.
Right.
So-
well, and
There's a caveat. Opinions are allowed.
Yeah, opinions are allowed, but you can't say like this person is, a what Rev said there,
Right.
because that would mean that there was a conviction.
Or this person is a drug dealer, unless you can show proof they're a drug dealer.
You
An
can say,
opinion,
you can say, in my opinion, I think this person does set certain actions, such as child abuse, child endangerment, or the other thing with children that would make him that thing that Rip just said.
Right. But I
That's-
mean,
that's
remember,
an opinion.
yeah,
Because-
Elon Musk got sued last year when he said something on Twitter like that about somebody. Remember, it was
Yeah.
very, very public. Like
Yeah.
you can't say that word about people. Like you can't defame them like that.
Well, the thing is getting. I mean, it didn't go anywhere, right? Because it all got thrown out because it was his opinion. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Maybe. I don't
Well, like-
remember. I have to look that up.
but go ahead.
I think there's another thing that applies here now that may not have applied before. Rev is judgment proof.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, that's true as well. Like, so like even if there was retaliation, kind of thing. Like again, I'm not endorsing this person. Like I just don't know enough information, and I've interacted with this person because, well, they're one of the few people that have a room where you can interact and have a conversation with. That's not an endorsement of character, and it's not an attack on his character either. But I just need more information on that, and the information that I was provided doesn't seem clear enough. So like, and I'm one of those people, like, I don't particularly care for people that are abusers. So, like it's a thing, but I think reread what you have read, Sunshine, for instance. And then maybe we can talk, because like what I read and what you read is completely different. You said 6 years old. I read 6 years difference, and I don't even know if it's him. So there you go. And it's not conviction. It's picked up. So there you go.
So
I just don't know.
I'm very certain it's in the pictures I saw, right? Because there was a series of pictures over the course of like 10 years or something that they had,
Yeah.
and the picture of the guy in the warrant does match what he looked like at around the time that the warrant was given.
Are we talking about EDW?
No,
No.
Smokey.
No.
Okay,
Smoking
I have
No,
no idea
smoking.
who you're talking about then.
I mean, he doesn't look like that guy now, but he's gained a ton of weight and changed his hair or lost his hair, I
Right.
think, and so he does look different now. But he looked pretty similar at the time.
That information was seeded in the community, and this happens sometimes. And sometimes it's a complete lie. So there's somebody in Steve's camp who people are using the R word for, and we just don't have enough information. Like there are people running with that in their private discords. They're not the ones that I'm key part of, but there are people that are running with that with this assumption that this person is some sort of predator, and I just don't know enough information. Like this is a Me Too situation, like go to the cops. I don't know what to do with that.
The key thing with the Smoky Saint thing is, as far as I'm aware, they did not find adequate evidence to do anything with.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. So that's what you have to go off of. Like, even if it is him, there isn't evidence that he actually did it.
Yeah, that's been what I've been saying.
Right.
Is there has been no conviction because there wasn't enough evidence, and you can't just throw that word around at people.
Yeah, but there was a warrant out there. Yeah, is that correct?
Yeah, there was a warrant.
Yeah, but
and he got extradited.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so there was a warrant, and they got him, and they questioned him, and they looked at all the other evidence, and they decided they didn't have the evidence to prosecute.
Yeah.
Okay. An acquittal is not a conviction, period.
Yeah.
So they didn't prosecute him. Therefore, yeah, he may be a scumbag.
He
may have done these things. We don't know. But you don't go.
He's been accused of doing these things. That's as much as we know, right?
He was accused at one point, but he was acquitted, which means he's not being accused of those things anymore.
What do you mean acquitted?
There was a lack of evidence.
Right, so that means he was never charged.
Yeah, it didn't go to trial.
Okay, so he wasn't acquitted. He was just never charged.
Right, that would be a dismissal.
And that is if it is him. Working off of the evidence, if it is him.
Right. Well, if assuming that that picture is the same picture as the person on Jesse Lee Peterson's, I think there's very good evidence to show that they are the same person. All right.
April?
Same ears, same hairline, same growth.
I mean, a bunch of people
structure, same.
A bunch of people dug into it after it broke, right? And they found a bunch of evidence that I thought was pretty convincing that he is that person. And then his excuse, the reason why he wasn't that person, is because he lives with the person that's true of.
Yeah, exactly.
That just so happens to have the same name, lives in the same place. Like
brother, like a brother,
twin brother.
He presumably. Yeah, twin brother, I guess.
April, I'm not sure. I haven't heard this myself, but I have a feeling there are a couple people who are trying to engage in investigations and want to be journalists who should be more careful about what they're doing. If you're talking about a certain person who can't do truth tables that I think you're talking about.
And the other point I wanted to make really here was that, he denied that it was him on Jesse Lee Peterson's at first. And it transpires that was incorrect. He lied about that. In fact, he then has now apparently retracted and said it was him on Jesse Lee Peterson.
Well, he clearly lied about that because that's where he looks most like the arrest photo.
Of course. I mean, people are just putting 2 and 2 together and getting 4. You know what I mean? Or 1 and 1 together.
Yeah, but I agree.
Somebody else's analogy.
Rev, even if it is just an opinion and it's technically legal, you probably shouldn't go around calling people, a child rapist.
Well, 100%. That's not proven, yeah.
Have you read the arrest thing? Because what I read was there was a 6-year difference between the person that would have put the person at 14 and the other person at 22. That's what I read, but what I'm hearing other people say it was a 6-year-old, which is not what I read. Did you ever look over it?
I didn't
Yeah.
read that either.
Yeah.
I did forever
came to
ago,
the
but I
same
don't remember.
conclusion that it was the teenager.
That would have
Yeah.
that would have been 16 and 22. It's a 6
Yeah.
year difference.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a 6-year difference, which in some states, like it happened in North Carolina, some states that's I mean, honestly, people are getting married at 15 in those states. I'm sorry, but that's happening.
Yeah, it's fucking gross, but yeah, you can get like parental permission and shit.
And it's not like me endorsing it or excusing it. It's just saying like there are some cultural things that are considered normal that shouldn't be considered normal.
Right.
Also, Rev, just one more bit of advice here while you're doing this. Since right now, whatever income you have relies on what is this Twitch, Instagram, BitChute. Don't violate the terms of service. I'm pretty sure that word is not allowed.
Oh, it's not. You can't even say simp on Twitch.
No, some of Twitch's guidelines are ridiculous, but
Yeah, I'm surprised that he's still on here and her because like I think Twitch is probably one of the more stricter platforms.
Oh, they
Oh,
are.
for sure. Absolutely.
So we'll see how long that lasts.
These words all over the place. It's to cover up the pedophilia. Okay? They're trying to get you to say, oh, it's just a minor attracted person now. No,
No,
that's
no
a
one's trying
pedophile
to get
that
you to
needs
say
to
that.
be gone out
It's
of
not-
society.
well, there are some.
I mean, there are some, but as a rule, no one is accepting that nomenclature as an excuse. A minor attracted person is not that's not acceptable. No. Ugh.
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
I
I mean-
think the other point, of course, is that the P word, I should say, that isn't the crime that you get convicted of, is it? As far as I'm aware.
Right.
It's
You gotta. Right. It's assaulting a child or exploiting a child. Right.
It's usually insulting a child, exploiting a child. There's gratuitous sexual acts with a child. There's a bunch of different
Sexual
charges.
abuse.
Yeah. I don't want to think about any of this.
Yeah,
So what's
I-
the
yes.
real reason that he's going after Smokey? Well, the real reason he's going after Smokey is because Smokey told Beckel and told G-Man to stop enabling Shanny and Rev that they're disgusting abusers of children. So when he got this information, as trolls do, they seed information into the community. You have a choice when you're handed information to go live with it or not go live it. Now, Raging Atheist and Rev News decided to go live with this information. And they put it out there, both of them.
Well, if you're going by journalistic standards at all, which clearly no one was, you do have some responsibility if you're going to present yourself as a journalist to try to verify it first.
The problem is most people on YouTube don't consider themselves journalists, and they don't know anything about journalistic integrity. It's one
Well,
of the things
most of
that
them
pisses
are.
me off. It's one of the things that pisses me off about the platform, about when people pretend to be journalists but don't know anything about journalistic ethics. But
No,
then
I
again,
certainly
even Fox News doesn't know journalistic ethics these days. So I mean,
Well, they
I can't-
know them. They just don't care.
Fair.
But
That's
after
that's a discussion we shouldn't have right now.
after the Sean G thing, and you know, I engaged in conversations with Matt Bell. He wasn't my friend, you know, like at this point, like when these accusations are out, like there is a big maybe now, only because it's really sad, but only because it's been happening in our community. But that, like, I understand, like, there's that pause of like, well, you know, so and so did X, you know, me too kind of situation. You put a pause to it, but you can't go live with it. You can't just be like, yo, this is a thing, you know. I don't know.
But
Well,
even
I
with,
mean,
like the Sean G thing,
Nothing
Like-
wrong with having an opinion and calling him the P word, as far as I'm concerned.
there
Right.
is when you're
It's-
making an actual accusation, you can literally ruin someone's life.
Right.
Sure.
We've had it happen in our community before.
Shanny called me the P word
But
and put it live and just decided to call me the P word. Why? Because I said she shouldn't hotbox with her kids nearby.
But I think Simon's talking about legally.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, can we continue with the video?
Yeah, let me go
Oh, yeah,
on.
we won't shut up, will we?
Especially when there's some kind of evidence going on.
But no, let's be all PC. We have to be so PC. We can't call them pedophiles because it's too offensive. No, they're pedophiles. They don't deserve to be free if you're going to hurt a child, period. It's 1984, folks. It really
Yeah.
is happening.
Let's just pause
It's
that there
real
a
deal
second,
thing, and
because
if
I seem to remember Rev News driving drunk to pick his kids up from school, or Shanny's kids. Is that
Yep.
correct?
Yep. Yeah,
Yep.
driving under some
Yeah.
sort of influence, manically, freaky.
Yeah.
Did he just say that no one who hurts a child should be free? Just to verify that.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Mhm.
Then why are he and Shanny out?
Right? This is whataboutery right now. Like you can you can say, like, what about people like Matt Bell all you want, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you don't pay attention to the person that's screaming at their kids that they're a cunt, and that everything bad that happened and all the money lost is their fault. A little kid that has autism, and that's not abusive. Like this is just an attempt to obfuscate and to attack the person that actually went to his little enabling buddies and challenged them. This is what it is. Like this.
And the last thing, just something else I need to say here, which is, whether those accusations are true or not, we've got no proof. So that's fair enough to actually say that he did do something is incorrect. But what we can say is that he definitely verbally abuses people that he talks to.
Oh yeah,
and especially women. Sorry, that's what I've noticed. So
I apologize for breaking out in laughter, but
that's okay.
Yeah,
so I'm just saying, when we say abuse, there are different types of abuse, and Smokey is definitely an abuser.
Bible talked about it. It's called the tribulation. Welcome to it. Okay, it's time to get saved. Give your life to Jesus Christ today, for real, because He is the Lord of Lords and King of Kings, and there was no beginning without Him, and there will be no end without Him. Okay, He's the Alpha and Omega. He's the beginning of time and the end of time, right, wrapped into one. So you need to know Him today. Get saved. Hey, Smokey Saint, you can repent. You know you can. All right.
Well, what is he repenting of? Are you wanting him to repent for pointing out your idiocy, or are you wanting him to repent of things that you may think that he actually has done? I'm just saying, like, what is Rev actually asking?
But I'm going to tell you right now that you never talk to the anointed of God like that. And Ra is the anointed of God. I love you, brother. Jesus bless everybody.
I'm so sorry for speaking ill of the Lord's anointing, Rev. I didn't respect that line as a Mormon.
He says the anointing of God, because he's definitely the anointing of God. Yes.
Anointed.
Anointed.
They're going with this Bible verse, touch not God's anointed, because what happens is, like, people like stone or kill, like, prophets when prophets say something they don't like.
I'm being facetious.
Yeah.
So if we're going to be facetious, I'll just say, just remember they have for OnlyFans if you want to see Jason doing more anointment.
Yeah.
Oh God,
Sorry.
that's some weird anointment there.
I
You're
know.
talking about what? Oh, gross.
I didn't know Jesus handed out pearl necklaces.
Oh, gross.
You have no idea how long I had to fight myself from stopping from buying Shanny a strap-on.
She wants to do that, but like honestly, I don't think she has the energy and momentum to do that for very long. So
Yeah, but she just make Rev do all the work.
Ethan, now I'm gonna have to drop the pearl necklace when I start up.
Are you saying that Rev can do the reverse cowboy?
I
don't want to know.
Yeah.
With a hat like that, I'm sure he can.
Sure, why not?
I'm literally gonna vomit.
Oh,
look! If you can fuck Shanny, you got willpower. That's all I'm gonna say.
Mate. Yeah. You can get it. Yeah. Okay, let's not go too far down that rabbit hole.
Oh my gosh.
Rev's not unattractive. He's just an idiot.
Yeah, in the finer parts of Appalachia, he's like an 8.
Yeah.
I live in the North Carolina mountains, and you're correct. Actually, that is true.
Oh,
Is
that's
that
funny.
is that like the same kind of solid 8 that Chesh is?
No.
No, Chesh's not an 8 anywhere other than the middle of the desert.
Yeah.
I mean, unless
No,
the
no,
scale
I'll be-
starts at 8. Like if the scale is from like 8 to a billion, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it. I don't know.
Chesh could be a desert queen. I'm pretty sure.
I
That's
thought
like the
Chesh
only
was a goblin
situation.
queen.
A desert queen.
Yeah. So
Okay.
it's
Oh,
A
I
Dune
haven't seen that
reference?
movie.
What's going on?
okay. So a desert queen is a term used by military guys or people, not just guys, of women who really aren't that hot, but because they're the only ones around, everyone wants to fuck them.
Oh, I see.
And then
I
when
see.
they come back, they act like they're a 10, even though they're like a 4.
Oh, yeah.
Gotcha.
Well, she's got quite a like incel following, like the guys that are just like desperate and they're like clinging to her. Yeah, yeah,
That does
There are
explain
plenty of
this.
those guys, yeah.
yeah. Interesting. All right, here comes.
I was going
The-
to say she's probably an 8 at a NASCAR meetup.
All right, here comes White Trust Ursula.
I've never seen this.
Look at her looking all sexy.
Yeah, look at that. I'm it. Look at that. Oh, pouting. Yeah, just keep pulling that hair down because it'll hide everything.
It helps contour her face, I guess. I don't know.
Wait, I saw this video was 9 minutes. Is it 9 minutes
feel
of this?
sassy in
Oh,
the
okay.
ears.
She talks.
And I know I'm supposed to be on like a strike, but it's like I miss you guys. And I feel sassy with my newfound hair. I feel like it's given me a whole different,
The fuck did she find her
sassy
hair at
level
then?
upon sassy level, and
A barrel of
yeah,
toxic
I
waste.
like it. Kind of reminds me of watermelon. You know what I mean? Color of watermelon. I really do like this hair color. It is
G-Man,
called
you could have had that.
Bubblegum Rose by Unicorn Hair, and I have to say, I love unicorn hair in natural light. It changes color. Let me see if I can kind of with my light in, kind of show you how it changes color. Let's see.
You know what she would be really good at? Not doing this.
It does in the light. It
Who sits down and sees Mimi on the Drew Carey show and says that? What's that?
Oh, sorry. Oh.
It's serious. It's her. It's Mimi. Look
Yeah.
at the eyeshadow,
Totally.
the giant red circles on her cheeks. It's Mimi.
To be fair, you aren't the first one who compared Shanny to Mimi.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, with that specific eyeshadow combination,
Yes. Like if she had a troll doll right now, I'd be in heaven.
Well, I don't know about
Somebody
you.
should send her a troll
nice
doll.
reference.
Don't know about you, but I'm thinking I want some watermelon.
I'm feeling sorry for their cat.
Yeah, I think I'd rather murder watermelon.
I should make my watermelon seedless in a second.
Really pretty. But it changes in the light. It shifts colors from
The kitty she's by.
a really bright pink to an
If that
orangey
matters.
pink. It's really, really neat color. And I just want to say that unicorn hair kicks ass. This is neat how the color shifts. Anyway, it's I have a rainbow in my hair or something. I think the next color I want to. Oh, by the way, it's not that expensive. It's $16.99 for a really good sized jar, a whole. I dyed my hair and Jason's hair with a whole jar of unicorn hair. So, Jason's hair kind of looks a little different. You know what I mean?
Is this recent?
Oh yeah,
It's really.
This was on the
it was
10th.
it was last week.
Did one of them get a job?
No,
Just
Okay.
I don't want to be vain, but at the same time.
I don't
No.
want to be vain.
To be fair.
Oh,
Sorry. Sorry.
no, go ahead, Sinister.
I mean, it's
To be
good that
fair,
she doesn't want to be vain because
I To be fair, I've been to Scranton, and Rev could make a passable gigolo.
In Scranton, yeah. I mean, you're not wrong.
Oh my god!
Damn,
There's only 2 of them, right?
Scranton's standards are so low.
I
have
need
no
Rev on a street corner right now. I need to see that. That needs to happen.
If you find that, please have a decent camera and film it, but I really don't want to know.
Oh man.
Or I mean,
So-
we've got people in the chat who are good with Photoshop. Get on it, people.
So we have on one end G-Man demanding donating money, donate money to these people. They're starving and hungry and they need a house. And if you're a good Christian, donate. And meanwhile, we have her going, I got my hair dye and this is what I did with your money. And then you have him show up with a $1,600 mic.
Are they in Pennsylvania right now?
Yeah, they are.
Yep.
Rev can get a job fracking. That pays pretty well.
Rev could get a job at
Well, not fracking, but
at the poultry plant because there's a poultry
calm
plant
down.
right outside of where they are.
Oh, please.
Okay,
No, seriously.
I would agree with you about the poultry plant thing, but as much as I think Rev is a garbage person, I really don't want him to lop off hands.
I don't want
Well,
him
I mean,
anywhere near.
that-
I don't
then
want him
he'd be-
anywhere near chickens. I think
Then
that's,
he'd be actually disabled. See, I
that's
mean,
just.
it fixes his problem for him.
well, I think first of all, I don't think
It's animal
going
cruelty,
to-
that is.
going to claim disability. I think I could because of what Shanny has done to him at this point. But
Yeah.
If he actually went to a therapist, he could probably get diagnosed with something. 'Cause he probably has something.
Almost anything, I'm guessing.
Sir, I'm diagnosing you with stupid.
He was put on a psych hold, and what was explained to me was on that psych hold, and this was like back when he did the show before Shanny. They said schizoaffective disorder, which is like paranoia, some schizophrenic hearing voices tendencies, and then the bipolar swings up and down.
And that's what he explained to Brett that he had too, like in their last interview a few days ago. So
Yeah.
So he could become disabled. He just doesn't.
So, by the way, for schizoaffective disorder, it's my understanding that pot is actually a very bad thing.
Oh yeah.
Just so you know.
Yep.
I would say so.
I can't help it. Like the color just is like you don't want to like this is like one of those like colors that you get off on. You know what I mean?
Ghost Spelunking
Oh,
I do. I get off on colors. I'm like Jeffrey Star says, I get off on colors.
Okay, I'm gonna throw up now.
Agree.
Is she saying the color's orgasmic?
I think she's saying that.
That is what she's saying. Yeah.
She's finding it easier to come again.
Is she going to break out into full enforcement soul soon?
Maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's unicorn.
Maybe it's
or
menstrual
orgasm
rage.
hair. I don't know.
This is the coolest hair color, and it's bubblegum rose by Unicorn Hair. I don't like it's so neat. So I'm looking forward to experimenting more with unicorn hair.
I'm looking forward to experimenting more with unicorn hair.
Color
Can-
and it's
can-
very like summery.
Can I talk
You know
about
what I
something
mean?
for a second?
You know.
So I've been doing some microphone research. And I think that the microphone that Rev has is the Sennheiser Pro large diaphragm cardioid condenser microphone. Okay. With what's known as a K47 capsule. Not going into that right now. But essentially, it's a microphone that needs a bit more power than most other microphones. It's a great mic. Don't get me wrong. It's completely wrong for like streaming on YouTube because you want to have it in a very treated room because it picks up everything and it sounds like ass. And that's probably why Rev's audio doesn't sound that great. But yeah, it definitely looks like this Sennheiser Pro and it's $1,650 on Amazon.
So, at some point, do we find out that they're both Loki and this is an episode of...
Listen, you can get a used one for $1,300. So, I love you, April. You're the best.
Because I'm expecting Alligator Loki to show up at some point.
Right?
Summer, you kind of like those bright, like neon, like colors, but it's also like very like a '90s color, but not yet, not quite like a '90s color. It's
You
just
look like Mrs. Slocum for Are You Being Served?
It's a bunch of
Multipass.
different
lovely.
colors
I
because she didn't
love
dye
this
it right.
color.
Listen,
What
for
do you
that
guys
color to
think?
look
Do you
right,
like the
you have to
color?
bleach your hair fucking white first. Then you can put that color in. She didn't. That's why her roots are so dark. And that's why you've got these differentiations in color. Like right there at the roots, it's darker. It gets shinier. And then you can see at the ends, it's not even. Like it's not evenly applied.
Oh yeah,
I don't think she
fucked her
used
hair up.
enough. And she didn't bleach first.
Yeah.
Yeah, she fucked her hair all kinds of up, and like
So fuck you, Han. The geek report. How dare you, sir? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, you're fine. It's just like I know somebody who's a stylist who one look at her hair and went, wow, she fucked that all kinds of up.
I tried to dye my hair right before the pandemic and couldn't get it fixed for like over a year. And now it's just like coming out when I cut it. But
Yeah, you have to do it. You have to do it right. This comes from, I mean, you guys have seen, my hair's going to be blonde, by the way, again in a couple of days. So just warning everybody that shit's happening again. But
Gosh, Ethan, you're freaking us out. It's like you're a whole new
Yeah.
person every day.
I know.
well, Hillary Cleo, that's because she's like a valley girl. Except she's not doing the accent or ending her sentences with an upwards inflection.
Also, that rouge is the wrong color. It's way too pink. Should be, excuse me, I just choked. It should be more of a salmon color, and that's like bubblegum pink. That's why it looks so weird against her hair.
Well, yeah, it's from a Jeffree Star palette. It's freaking clown makeup.
Yeah, it looks awful.
Cirque de face.
I think it's amazing.
Well, to be fair, have you ever
Sorry,
seen...
I'm being vain, but like if you had this on your hair and you were staring at yourself in the mirror with this color on your hair, you would be vain as fuck as two, like I am, and I miss my folks. And I just
Vain
wanna,
as
like,
fuck as two? What?
I have
Um,
a alopecia, so I love it when people play with their hair so boldly. Yes, it's perfect.
Listen,
I
you can't be
know,
too
right?
hard on her. English
hair
is her
looks-
first language. She's still learning.
So much like it looks really healthy too and shiny because it's like got this like
It
really
doesn't
good
look
shine.
healthy.
It's
It looks like you
fried.
dipped your head in toxic waste.
It's
color.
literally fried.
This color. I don't know if you can find it anymore.
That's
in
why her
unicorn
split
hair.
ends are all kinds of fucked up.
I looked on Amazon and see if I could find it, but I don't see it. But that's okay because unicorn hair like constantly is like coming out with like new colors. So you're gonna constantly like experiment with colors.
Like
And I've
the
been
color on
pink
her
for a very
lips is the
long
color
time
that should be
now,
on her cheeks and
which
her
I'm
eyes.
fine with because I like pink
Or
on
she
my
should do
head, but-
blue on her eyes.
Ethan, that's not fair. Maybe she's applying for a job as an 80s televangelist wife.
I'm just saying it's the completely, her eyes are too purple, her cheeks are too pink, her lips kind of match her hair, but it's like three different palettes. It's like the toddler did her makeup for her.
Well, that's because we've all seen Ethan at the local drag show. Or we haven't, and I'm making that up. One of those two.
I have a theater
Okay.
background. I literally took a class in college on makeup. So yeah, I know shit.
So she's dumb enough to not know that she could just go to the unicorn hair website and find that color again.
No, they gave her the last box. They're
No,
like, oh, Shanny's
literally,
here?
it's for sale for $16 right now.
Nope,
The
it's
col-
not.
The color
not.
itself is warm rose pink.
It isn't, because when they found out that Shanny bought it, they destroyed all of the other boxes because they can't have two. What if somebody else dyes their hair that color and everyone thinks they're Shanny?
That's terrifying.
That company would be in a lot of trouble.
That's not going to happen. They may think, oh, look, there's half a Shanny. They're not going to think that's Shanny, surely.
Look, there's 1/8 of a Shanny.
I'm clearly a fool for going back to college and deciding to get a bachelor's degree when either I could have been as smart as Shanny by dropping out of high school or just going through the Navy nuke program and getting like a equivalent of a PhD.
Absolutely.
Shanny served in the Navy. She made it a week and a half in boot camp.
I made it longer than she did.
We can have longer than.
Oh, right.
You know what's
so,
great?
So she's got a degree then. Is that right, Holly?
Yeah,
Only if she went to
totally.
nuke school.
She has a
That's
degree in counseling and addiction therapy, and she knows how to get people off alcohol.
And she's a nurse. Don't forget.
She was a
Yeah.
nurse.
She'd
She
scared,
had
she'd scared
Right.
the shit out of me off alcohol.
she graduated therapy. She told us she
She
graduated
graduated
therapy.
therapy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she graduated it.
She graduated a domestic abuse course she was ordered to take.
Yep.
Hmm.
But now
I
she
have-
just tells everybody she graduated therapy. Like that's the thing.
Wow.
To be fair, it's probably the only graduation she has in her life. Was I trying to be nice or mean to her? Because I'm not sure on that
I
one.
was going to say she looks pretty graduated to me, but
That's what I was gonna say. Like, if you start at the hips and go up, it's very
it's very graduated.
You
There's
know,
a gradient to that graduation.
fall is coming, so I think around fall, I certainly will be ready for the blue, and then we can have
Oh,
like
God.
a blue like winter where I'm like,
So
all
Can we
blue.
talk about the last time she went blue? She dumped blue hair dye over a previous dyed thing, and it was this weird mess. And she ended up having to bleach it all out.
I'm sure.
Well,
Listen, kids, if you want to change your color at any point, just use temporary hair color. It'll wash out after a few days, and then you can change it. When you do it like this, you have to continually bleach your hair, and then your hair literally dies. It's awful. I've done it.
I'm just wondering, Scranton has a lot of abandoned mine shafts. Which old coal mine did she find this color in?
Good question.
It's a good question, but no, like the thing is, we know that she can't like clean up after she dyes her hair or anything. So I'm wondering, A, which bathroom they used, and B, if Rev's uncle has visited since she did this, because the hair dry, the bathtub is like fucked with hair dye.
I wonder if she just did it in the sink at the mall.
Oh, right then and there, just
Sure.
change the hair dye. Yeah, maybe. Yep, she is a veteran of the porn industry. She says God put her in porn.
Yeah.
Hey, when you've been in the
Aloha
business,
Pisha.
You know what?
Well,
All those
aloha
casting couch videos,
you.
you know why you'd never see the guy's face? Because that's God.
Oh, gosh. Dang.
Baby, you want to show your hair?
It looks ridiculous.
I like it.
Especially in the front. It's like it's dyed too much.
She's still got that missing tooth
I
there.
think it's cool. He's like, we got that on the. That's
Meth
just
can't do
dyed
that.
on your thing. It'll look better.
I
But
mean,
we
I
got
hear there's a
like
dark side.
this, how it
Yes,
mixes
can
with
Dr.
his
Pepper.
like darker hair. It's got like it's still you can see
My
the.
glasses are also.
Yeah.
I think we look appropriate together, though.
Do we?
Yeah.
I think that nobody who's actually looking for a job would have done that to their fucking hair.
I think we'd look good together, actually.
Kurt and Courtney.
Yeah.
I'm sure they can get a job right now.
Did he just say Kurt and Courtney?
Yes, he did.
Yes.
he did.
Like, there's a whole theory, and it's a conspiracy theory,
Oh,
of
no,
course,
like,
of Courtney.
Yeah, I agree with that, and that was the first thing that came to my mind. Was like, okay, well, if that bitch killed him, then you're just saying you want to be murdered by Shanny. I get it.
Oh, God. Oh, man. Well, there is a YouTube channel called Discount Courtney Love, and it's a Shanny channel.
Then no, that's Fat Courtney Love. There's a
Was it
difference.
fat Courtney Love? Yeah.
Fat
And everybody thinks that's me because it sounds like something I'd make, right? But like, I'm so jealous that I didn't think of that channel name. Like,
No, you would have made like overweight Gwen Stefani.
that's right, because I'm SoCal, right? Clearly, the fat Courtney Love's probably from Washington State.
Right.
Oh, God.
Was someone
Yeah,
thinking
well,
I did, and I had to say I wish I did it.
Yeah. Ooh.
Oh, the Ruger King parking lot
Look at
races.
us
That wasn't
arrogant
me.
People right here. Look at, we're so vain.
Yeah, I'm writing a new album that you're
Yes,
never
he
going to
does.
hear because I died in 1995.
94.
What year did
Four.
Kurt
Seriously?
Cobain die?
Yeah.
Did you know Lou M. Taylor was trying to?
These guys have to be high.
Where the
Like-
fuck is where is Red's Ruger official when I need him? Oh,
Like these guys don't seem sober at all. Like they're gotta be like on something.
oh yeah.
Put Kurt Cobain under conservatorship like Britney?
No, I didn't know that.
there is some interesting facts. Luam Taylor is the most evilest lady I have ever seen. And if she ever comes near me, I am going to run. I'm going to be like, no, bitch, I don't need you.
Okay, I do not
I'll
believe that
manage
she can run.
myself. Thank you.
I don't believe that she could run at all.
I
I
believe,
don't believe that.
I believe she can run, not very fast or very far, but
I believe she would make it 5 steps running, and then the stress on her knees would cause them to collapse.
Yes.
But if she really does have fibromyalgia and has done nothing to treat it, she's not going very far without a lot of pain.
My fibro.
My 6, bro.
All right, I got a video to show you because I have to break up this nonsense. I have to break up the vanity. And you mentioned like her movement, and I have a video for you of
Oh God.
just showing her. She's not running, but like when there's the police video that we watched, and that's taken down, but there's a police video where like Rev describes her running after her and hitting her. I just kind of want to show you what she looks like when she's hitting people or things. Okay.
Oh, it's that video? Okay.
Yeah, it's that video.
Am I the only one that's bothered by the fact that they got the video of her being arrested?
It's a public record. It's not hard to get.
Yeah. I watched it, and I got to tell you, she's caught in lots of lies with it. But anyway.
We are really mad at someone. Like, I'll tell you, yesterday, I wanted to punch Holy Spackle straight in the face. I did.
Get like that sometimes.
I
I know
wanted
this
to
feels.
punch her straight in the face.
Sure.
Nice. Come at me, bro.
Oh no, it gets better.
In slow motion, by the way.
Yeah. Oh Jesus!
Oh my God.
Yep, that's
Now
it.
keep in mind, she was about 100
God
pounds
bless.
lighter at that point.
We were on the edge of the desert, just outside of Barstow. My GPS took us down the wrong road.
Ready to cut loose? Try me. Okay then. Give us a kiss.
Unity.
I love that part.
So if you don't know the unity thing, again, you saw how Rev was talking about Christian unity. Yeah, he goes on and about Christian unity. Meanwhile, they're like, we want to punch you in the face.
I really wish you'd have cut in some scenes from Dallas at the end there too.
Oh dear, that's
Jeez.
funny.
Oh God. All right, I think I'm done with watching Shanny's vein thing because it just goes on and on and on. I don't think anything exciting happens after that. But that's where they're at, guys. Shanny's making video about her hair dye. And
Did we actually ever find out whether the collar and cuffs match or not?
whether what?
Collar and cuffs, I think is
Collar
the
and-
phrase we use in this country.
I don't know what that means. Oh, are you talking about the hair and
The hair, yeah, and
Yeah,
the hair.
the curtain
and the
and
down
drapes.
there?
Yeah,
The
the
curtain,
Yeah.
the drape? Okay.
The curtain and the drapes. Is that what you call it?
Oh gosh,
Or
like if
it's
she's
the carpet and the drapes, but yeah.
Oh,
if
okay.
she's dyeing the carpet, then like, can you imagine the damage that's done there?
Oh,
I mean, it gets worse.
oh,
That's worse than.
Honestly, I think that might fix some of her pH problems.
I think, to be honest with you, I would have thought Jason would have had to do it there.
So Rev was bragging about his sexual prowess in bed, and he told us that Shanny tastes like truffles down there.
Yeah, I remember that.
Oh yeah, truffles are a fungus, just so everybody knows.
Yes.
And I've never been able to get over that. I mean, it's just one of those things.
That's funny. Oh my God. Just buried in shit, basically. Oh dear. Oh well. I mean,
So-
he's a braver man than I'll say that. And to be fair to her and her addiction counselling, if I woke up next to that after a drunken night, I wouldn't drink again. So there is that as well.
And it would suck to wake up every morning and smell truffles. I'm just saying.
If I woke up in the same like domicile as that, like I don't care if she's upstairs and I'm down. What am I saying? I don't care if I'm upstairs and she's downstairs. Like I'm going out the window of the second floor, so I don't have to go by her.
Yeah.
Why do you want us to talk about Petty Officer Shipwreck Uni?
Well, there's enough people on here that have got the knowledge. Come in, Uni, and we'll.
Yeah, Uni, come on in. Lay us down some.
Is there anything to talk about? Isn't he still on his vacation?
He is still on his alleged vacation, but he has been posting from behind his private, so like people have been seeing what he's been posting.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to make an account just so I can start editing
All right.
his tweets again because he loves that.
All right, Unirock. Someone did show me a random creepy thing that Manya posted.
Can we talk about it?
Yeah, did you see that?
Nah, maybe. You'd have to tell me like what it is, but I might have.
Oh, drunken ATM.
Let me I'll show you real quick. And this is not an endorsement or an accusation here, but like Manya's just putting this stuff out here. Look at this.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah. That's from Kyle's Insta.
Yeah, I think I can see he's had a go at the hair dye as well.
Oh, I get at Steve's Instagram too.
His head looks burnt. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah.
It's he's getting
fatter than I remember him as well.
He's doing some push-ups.
I'm sure that isn't photoshopped. And I
They
think that
put
might be
white
another
out on
picture.
his eyebrows?
I don't know. Did he wax his eyebrows?
Yeah, it
Can
looks
I
like he
zoom in?
chopped them off. He cut his eyebrows off or something. I don't know. Zoom in there, yeah. No. He must have had like sunglasses on or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that's weird. Or like goggles, like the little swimming goggles, little
Oh,
plastic.
yeah. That makes sense.
Spent too long in the tanning bed, yeah.
Tanning bed,
Oh.
right? Okay.
So did he post it with those words, "waiting for you in the shadows of the night," or was that Manya?
Although, to be fair, they do get quite a lot of sun in Mexico, so.
They do.
That is true. That's true. Man, waiting for you in the shadows of the night. That's creepy. That's
Yeah.
weird.
Well, I think
Manya must have put that on there.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Were you in
Yeah.
the shadows of the night?
Does that allude to?
She's been hanging out with Steve so long. She's using his normal like methods of spying on people. She's just hiding in a bush, you know.
Well, the good thing with Manya is when she hides in a bush, you're gonna hear like the rattle of the rocks, and you know,
The
her drink
glass.
sloshing
Yeah.
around. Yeah.
Smell the alcohol.
Yeah, a mile away.
A mile
Like, Manya, is that you?
You know, she's gonna stumble and she's gonna say her shoes are uneven.
So,
I hate it
so
when
do
that
we have a
happens. I hate it when
video?
I get my uneven shoes on.
Do we have a video or anything? that we
A
can
video
laugh
of Manya?
at? Well, I mean, I don't know who Manya is. I assume she's
You're
one of
so
the
lucky.
Well, I say that. I was going to qualify it with depending on the time of the month.
So she is somebody that I think comes from some sort of privileged position. Her I believe her schooling must have been paid for, parents. But her parents kind of give her this little responsibility of having a job because, got to teach her to be adult somehow. But what she did with her adulting money is she threw it at Steve quite a bit, like 200, 600, 200, 200, 200. And so it's something that made her very noticeable. And then she'd show up on streams and Cheshire has a stream that's incredibly progressive for women. It's called That Time of the Month.
I tried to
and
God.
it is
And it
it's
sucks.
it's the best show for
It's an
women.
ironic title because there's only one time of the month that she's actually got any fucking brains.
I did something called Fightful Goblin Sundays trying to review that, and after a while I just gave up because Cheshire's was just so vapid. It's like I couldn't take it anymore.
Yeah. She's special.
Well, her and Chesh made that was that time of the month where they were making their argument about a boo-booing anyone under the age of 3. That's where that clip's from.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I forgot that one. Oh my god, she's so dumb.
Not from when she said that dogs can eat chocolate, right?
Yeah, yeah.
More the
that's-
secondhand smoke thing.
Yeah.
No, the secondhand smoke thing was a caffeine corner.
Oh, of course, lest we forget.
But to be fair, Cheshire says so many stupid things, they really have to stand out before people remember them.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, they got to be really good for us to even talk about it. You know, secondhand smoke, feeding dogs chocolate, a boo-booing anyone under the age of 3.
At least she knows how to open a wine bottle.
Opening the wine bottle.
At least you can drink. Oh, no.
That's one of the best clips ever, though. That really is. Like,
That freaking Ralph Wiggum clip
struggle
from
with
last night's stream was great.
Oh, dude, you had me dying last night, Uni. I was laughing so fucking hard, dude.
I can't
Oh
believe it
my
exists.
God.
I can't believe that clip exists.
I'm a unitard.
Or what does
Oh
he
my
say?
Yeah, that was
God.
it.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was literally crying.
Are you still?
Oh shit! I haven't
Are you-
downloaded it yet, but I will.
You're
soon.
not sharing audio there, Speckle, or you've got it muted.
No,
It doesn't
we don't-
matter
We
for
don't
this
need
one.
to listen to it.
Oh, okay, there you go.
I don't need audio.
Just look on her face when she finally does it, of how proud she is.
And I'm speeding up what's already been sped up, by the way.
Yeah. I still can't believe how sped up
Yeah,
that video
nothing
actually
happening.
is.
Nothing happening. Still nothing happening. Nothing happening.
I'm just wondering.
Just talking. Oh, little twist up there. Nothing happening still.
I will feel bad if she has. Sorry.
There's nothing happening.
I am
I mean,
gonna feel.
I'm not talking about the bottle and the cork. I'm talking about going on in and between your ears.
Oh, that's been always going to be the case.
Nothing happening. Still nothing happening. No,
It just sounds like one of Steve's hand jobs.
nothing happening.
Sad.
Well, no, it didn't take 3 hours.
Oh my God, even sped up. So I have it sped up, and this is already sped up, and it's just watching her fumble hilarious.
Nothing
How do we
happening.
know
Oh, finally.
How do we know she doesn't have some
Enter.
coordination issues, though?
Here we go. Here we go. And
Because she can draw.
here we go. Look at the face. Look at the face. Yay!
Apparently, the caption under that photo of Kyle was a quote that says, "Waiting for you in the shadows of the night."
Waiting for you in the shadows of the night. That's weird.
You're put on condom.
It's probably
Yeah,
some
yeah, that's a little bit freaky.
highfalutin sort of poetry reference or something I don't understand.
Well, to be fair, if Cheshire is going to have sex with anyone, I want a condom to be used.
Well, I
But
mean,
she's gonna put it on backwards in the wrong way.
Makes little difference, to be fair.
I didn't
Put
say
it over
she
her
needed to
face.
put it on. I just said I wanted to. Sorry, Ethan.
it's kind of bad form though for her to cyber stalk the hell out of Kyle like she does, and then put out those words on that picture. Is that on her Twitter? Where'd she put that?
I believe so. It's Twitter, yeah.
Okay,
It's a,
that's a
it's a
little
good
weird.
poem, Spooky.
Nice, Spooky.
Wait,
We should
sorry.
type it into Google and see what it comes back with. It might be a line from a poem.
Have you ever seen Cheshire do truth tables?
I've heard about it.
I've never seen her tell the truth yet, to be fair.
That's not what I asked.
Yeah, well,
Because I know Steve McRae gets them wrong frequently, and it bugs the hell out of me. But I want to see Cheshire do them now.
I would just pay to see her do a Venn diagram.
ooh,
I think she.
now you're talking.
Please, no more diagrams from Steve McRae.
That's one of the best jokes in the last few years, to be fair. Yeah,
Did you guys
I know.
see
I
the
know I'm
restraining
right.
order Venn diagram? That was a good one.
Which one?
The restraining order Venn diagrams.
Yeah, that was a good one.
I love it.
I forget. I have to get the picture, but it's really good.
I haven't seen it, but that
It was
sounds
a
great.
good one. It was a good one.
Never been refuted. Oh dear.
Well, if you repeat. I believe a lot of that camp operates. If you repeat a lie often enough and loudly enough, people believe it's the truth.
Yep.
Hmm.
Evidence of that. These guys are evidence of that.
And it's the key, make sure you lie about everybody who's not in that camp, so they don't go talk to the people who might know the actual stuff.
Mm.
Yeah, you got to isolate from people who question you.
I mean, that's what makes it a cult, honestly.
I was going to say that. That's like cult 101 right there. And the thing is, did you get to see Ruhif today? Was arguing with Menace, and he was mad because people think that Ruhif and his friends are in a cult, and he was mad about that.
But it is a cult of personality.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw one of the screenshots of Ruhif had asked a question. It's a super fucking leading question, and it's like, yeah.
I think
it was the DM he sent to Katie, and it was, is this harassment? And it's like, well, no shit, it's harassment. You just admitted the woman wasn't responding to the lawyer or Steve. So you took it upon yourself to contact her not being either of those people. GG.
Wait, who's typing?
I was going to say, who's ever chopping those lines, get them smaller.
Oh, okay.
As long as I'm not asked to evaluate Python scripts again. Well, actually, I didn't mind evaluating the Python script, but my first thought was like, this I didn't even want to do it at first because I'm like, they have to be lying about this.
Well, Han in the chat asked a question. He asked, why do you think Steve is not traveling? And I put out that I didn't put out Steve was not traveling.
Did you cut out Uni? Because the only thing I put out right before that was just editing one of his tweets to say, it's like, I'm going to Texas for a week to watch my not quite girlfriend have sex with someone else.
That is so weird, right?
Oh, dear. Is it going to be him again, do you think?
Well, what was weirder is someone didn't know I have a habit of doing this, and like the Guardians were, someone from the Guardians like, is this a real screenshot? To which my response was, well, I can only say the screenshot isn't fake.
I don't know if anybody here is polyamorous, but when I talk to polyamorous folks, it seems like both parties in the relationship are polyamorous. Yeah. But Steve doesn't describe as polyamorous. He says he's monogamous. I guess probably, as loose as the word use can be, one girl at a time, not like lifetime commitment. And she is poly. Well, Sweet Heathen was poly, and like I wanted to know how that worked out. That didn't make any sense. I'm like,
yeah. And the thing about poly people is they always are. They're generally pretty open about if they're in a relationship. And every time somebody says, "Hey, Sweet Heathen, your boyfriend Steve over here," I don't have a boyfriend. Every time.
Yeah.
She doesn't have a boyfriend.
And to be fair, Steve does describe himself as a mahoganyous.
What's that?
No.
What?
That means he's always got wood.
Said malodorous for a second.
Yeah, mahoganyous.
Malodorous. That was a good one for him.
That is mahogany.
Anyway, I don't know how it works with that. I always get the impression that Sweet Heathen has been keeping him at a distance. And as far as editing his tweets, I know I shouldn't do it. And yeah, that tweet was kind of a little kink shamey, but
I don't know. I just the picture of Sweet Heathen and him, where like her body language looks like somebody who's in a fucking hostage situation.
Yes,
I get that. There are a lot of stories where I think a lot of women have felt that way with Steve.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Katie Joy is not the only one who has a sexual harassment story involving him.
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, that's very correct. Like,
so why do you guys
there's
think
a pattern
he's so
to predatory
crazy against?
behavior?
Sorry,
why is he so targety? Is it just because Katie? Well, he was targeting Katie before her channel blew up, but he was really mad about that Katie accusation. Like, he's real mad about it.
You can't challenge Steve McRae.
It's not just that. It's that particular allegation.
Yeah.
Would have hurt him with the people over at Raisins to Deceive, who he was, grifting with at the time. Fuzz Rana and Huge Loss and those guys.
Ah, yeah.
Because you can't be part of a Christian apologetics ministry if you're sexually harassing people. That doesn't look good on the Christians.
Yeah, David Silverman had that problem.
Yeah, usually like that shenanigans has to be real on the down low.
Yeah.
someone pointed out all the photos of women that Steve look chilled to the bones. Yeah, so Steve one day decided, and I can't remember what it was a response to, but he thought it would be a good idea to scour all the women pictures that he's dated, all these women that he's dated, and he starts putting these pictures up on Twitter. Now, mind you, I don't know if they're taken from Facebook or things that he's had, but he's using these women that he's once dated and putting it up publicly on his Twitter, saying these are the women that I've,
I
hooked up
remember
with.
that.
Well, he's got them all on his Facebook too. My whole question is, who the fuck keeps pictures of their ex?
Oh yeah,
especially for like 20 or 30 years.
Well, my question is, do these women appreciate that?
I couldn't remember them if I didn't.
And how insulting is that to the person that you're with now?
Yeah,
Well,
well,
I don't
and
think he's with
also,
anybody now, is he?
And
allegedly he's with
Is that who
Sweet
you
Pea
asked?
Oh,
yes.
right.
Yeah.
Well, okay. There is that possibility, I suppose.
But the better question is, given who it is like, why is he keeping pictures of his exes?
Well, I mean, Steve used to tell the everybody back in the G Plus days, and Speckle, I know you heard this at least a couple of times, that every woman who ever slept with him said the sex was good, and they all had like meetings about having had like sex with him at one point.
Gives a flying like.
There's the meetings, like
Well,
what to quit, or what are they? What is he?
This is another
alluding
G
to?
plus one. This
I
is
think-
another G plus one. He said,
welcome to the Steve
he's,
Sex Meeting 101. There we go. Yeah.
he's definitely very successful with women because all of his ex-girlfriends attends.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to the I
hold
Had
on.
Sex with Steve support group.
Yeah.
Who wants to go first this week?
He's so successful with women that he sleeps with our community member Lyrical. Lyrical dumps him, and he says, "But she gave good head." And then he lives with her to leech after her for a little bit. He's living with her, and I guess one of the gigs is he has to clean up the house.
Yeah,
So
he didn't have a job.
Lyrical's a free-spirited, sleep with, love the one you with kind of person. And I guess she's not very tidy because Steve told a story of him picking up all her used condoms everywhere. But
yeah, that's what that's from. Oh my god!
There is a little more to it than that.
I want to hear it. Tell me.
Go ahead, Simos.
Well, he moved in with her like quite quickly, both ex-Mormons, and and basically they fell out relatively quickly after a couple of months, and then he didn't have any money to move out or anything, so he had to stay there. So they made an agreement that he would clean the house. So go ahead.
As an ex-Mormon, I would just like to point out Steve McRae doesn't represent most of us.
Well, he doesn't represent anybody, to be fair, but yeah.
Except technologically incompetent boomers.
But that was the start of
disagree,
people
is it?
looking at him like can I say the word cuck? I don't know. It's not like
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
the start.
We're
Not on
not on
YouTube.
Twitch. You're fine. Yeah.
That's when we knew he was a cuck. Yeah.
That was the start of people looking at him sideways, going, do things not work down there? Do you like to watch? You know.
Maybe it's not just the traffic that's bunged up.
So
Well,
basically, yeah, she started sleeping, going back to her normal habits of sleeping with lots of guys. And of course, he had to clean up after her.
Yeah, and like Lyrical's like sort of a hippie valley girl, right? Like this is kind of normal. Like, well, she's a Riverside girl, frankly, but like she's sort of like the love of when you're with kind of person, and like
She's
let's be
sweet,
free and do whatever you want and just have fun, and like and he seems to hook up with these girls while saying that that's not what he is.
I've got an idea. Let's get Steve
Voracious.
and Rev to go on a blind date.
Steve and Rev. Steve and Rev?
I think you'd have better luck with Steve and Revelina. Yeah.
I think we should try and get Shanny to stay. Steve McRae could have had this.
Oh gosh, Steve McRae could have had this.
So Shanny knew Steve, right? They know each other.
They still talk occasionally, as I understand it, through G-Man.
And it was one big
Right.
happy community.
So it is the enemy of my enemy is my friend situation. So they like McRae because he is at odds with drag, right?
Yes.
So anybody at odds with drag is their friend, right?
So that's why Shanny was in my chat.
Yeah.
I'm starting to understand things more now.
Well, I think Shanny is, as far as I know, bipolar, and I think she goes through like cycles, where some people are friends and some are
Not bipolar. She's got
borderline. Sorry,
borderline. Yeah, which she hides behind all the fucking time. But yeah, she goes through cycles.
I'll not diagnosing her, but her behavior.
Borderline is one hell of a drug.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Well, Steve, can we talk about Steve and mental illness? So when it was suggested that Steve might be going through depression, he flipped his lid and acted like it was an insult.
Really?
That's what started it all off.
That was the brass tacks thing. That was the point that he was the most pissed off thing about brass tacks.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
I mean, the whole reason people wanted to ease the stress in his life, that's what started it all off. People were saying to Steve, hey, look, man, we can see you're under a bit of stress. You know, do you want to just take a step back? We'll take care of stuff for a little while until you're ready. And that's what pissed him off. That's why Drag is enemy number one, because he tried to help him.
I don't think Drag is Steve's enemy number one anymore.
Well, I mean,
Drag is still who should not be named, but he's not enemy number one.
Yeah, he's Voldemort. Right now, enemy number one's probably Uni.
Enemy number one right now, I think, is still Jimmy Snow.
Actually, I think it's Jimmy Rock.
Because Jimmy
He's punching up at Jimmy, though, right?
Yeah,
Like,
Jimmy has a giant subscriber base, and Steve wants some of that. So.
Oh,
Right.
yeah.
Is there anyone in this chat who hasn't been, even in the side chat? Just type something if you haven't been.
Yeah.
Steve's number one enemy at some point.
Oh, I've never been his number one enemy. He made me a mod on his channel.
I was a mod on the Great Debate Community channel until late 2019, when Steve went through and reviewed who all the mods were and actually found out that I was still a mod.
I was a mod until I actually told Steve that I could no longer condone his behavior and the behaviors of some of his other mods, like Red's Rhetoric. And I stepped down, and I stepped down, and I lingered for a little bit as long as I could stand it. And eventually I just left. And the way I left was I took a shot at Steve on Twitter and said that he was a terrible dad and couldn't provide with his daughter. We're shit. And then that's how he says I attacked his daughter, which is not true. I don't attack anybody's kids. I just attacked him as a provider. I think he's shit.
Well, he brought his daughter up first, so.
Yeah, well, he was dropping pictures of her.
He did, yeah.
Yeah, he was dropping pictures of her going, look at what a good dad I am. And I'm like,
He was posting pictures of stuff, and Spackle said, dude, you're not a good dad. You don't actually provide for your daughter. You don't have a job. You're not doing anything an actual father would do. And all of a sudden, because Spackle's saying you're a terrible father, now all of a sudden, like, Steve is Brett Keane, and Spackle's attacking his family. Oh my God, I need some delicious mac and cheese.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. Hold on, I got to tell you guys this story real fast, but I want to talk about that whole situation there. Though.
I have a question first, though, if I may.
Okay, yeah, please.
Wasn't Brett Keane banned from BitChute?
Probably. I know Nick Fuentes was.
Oh, speaking of Brett, he was interviewed today by Miss Parker, and he porn bombed her with TJ when things didn't go his way.
Of course he did.
So if you ever engage with Brett, know that he has TJ's banana video or whatever that is. I'm assuming it's the banana one.
It was the banana one, yeah.
At the ready to porn bomb you.
If I can also just extrapolate on that a little bit, the banana stuff and the other stuff that involves TJ was revenge porn.
So not only does Brett King porn you, he porns you with revenge porn and then reports it. And she fires a flag.
Oh, that's messed up.
Yeah.
Classy guy.
That's all you need to know about Brett Keane.
That's an old Hangouts trick. People used to do that.
Yeah, that's a look at pig tactic too. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, everybody warns people that this guy's smarmy, and you can interview and play with him, but like if something's all that went south was this guy that sounds like Kermit the Frog, Commitment,
yeah,
came in and he started doing his spell with Brett Keane, hello, and then right away like the porn bomb happens.
All right. Well, sorry.
Oh, I was just going to tell you what happened with me being a mod for Steve, because he was I was like the best thing ever when he first met me, and he would never stop complimenting me. So he gave me wrenches on every one of his channels. Well, after I criticized him in December, he came back and of course removed my wrenches on his channel and turned me into this big bad guy and all this. which it was ironically the criticism for him bringing Katie's kid into their beef, which I told him, was unacceptable. But anyway, so I realized, because he was on the first time he went to the Great Debate Community after that happened, it was pretty soon. It was like a week. I realized I had a wrench, and I saw two people, talking shit about me, but they were like, really using some shitty language. So I banned them. And so then he created this story that I went into his side chat and just banned as many people as I could before he got me. Now, the funny thing is, I was in Discord and I told everybody what I was doing when I did it. So, his little lie backfired on him. But I just thought it was funny because he'll turn any story into this massive, just like he did with your issue and, your criticism. He whacked it out and all that. That's kind of his defense mechanism, I think.
Or like how I found all his socks.
Yeah.
Which I never claimed to do.
Yeah.
The channel died. Have some goddamn respect, guys.
Manya tried to buy her way onto that.
Comment so far.
Manya did what?
She tried to buy her way onto the Augie stream. She kept donating really big chats in the side chat, saying, "Can I come in?" or something. I know of everything about this. Let me come in, over and over again, $50 donos and stuff.
Hans, I think they might actually try that as a JavaScript PHP project. But we need to get people to do some kind of pool just so it can be like a prize to see whoever goes.
Hey, Spackle, just to break up like all the heavy stuff, can I throw you a video?
Absolutely, throw me a video.
All right, there you go.
All right, what's this video? Let's see here.
So who do we think Steve will go after next for drama?
Oh God, I know what this video is. It's hilarious. Okay, y'all, watch this video. This is funny. This is funny. Anybody game here? I know Uni does. I do.
I do.
I'm literally playing Overwatch right now. So yes.
Okay, you guys might appreciate this. Okay, so here we go.
Probably should be.
Yo, I think this is gonna fucking happen. I think this is gonna work. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yes. Games. CSGO. Let's go.
Oh, stream snipe. He got stream snipe. Yep. I love this.
For my final stream on him, I wanted to play a fishing
yes.
game while commenting on him.
Gotta get quiet.
Okay, is there a way? Could I possibly?
Doesn't he kill him?
There's too many CTs. No.
Oh, my channel's pretty small.
No, he doesn't kill him.
Subs.
What's like?
Oh my god! Listen to him.
We do conversations with people with PhDs and talk about biology, physics.
No, you
definitions.
don't. Yeah,
Use mic. Okay.
For heaven's sake, Steve, I had a conversation with a PhD to take my college courses.
I talk to PhDs about physics. I don't talk about Katie.
Welcome back. Yeah, your mic's working.
I think he's talking about his
Turns
use of
out when you
infection,
switch
guys.
mics, you have to restart CS:GO, which is kind of dumb.
I'm probably gonna end this.
True. You just gotta change. You just change your mic and change it back to the one you want to go to.
I think there's a
There's an
PhD
option for that in CS:GO.
Oh wait, but in that great debate community, do you guys talk about definitions at all? Like the definition of atheism?
Probably like every 5 sentences.
Probably.
Review.
His face.
Review.
And do you guys talk about how?
Does anyone remember the call-in show we did where someone called in asking for a piece of his hair?
Yeah, I remember that. That was.
All right. Anyways, we're gonna end the stream.
Piece of his hair.
I'm not convinced that wasn't Agrippa.
Probably. Meme review.
And do you guys talk about how the Talmud says only Gentiles are slaves?
No, dude, that's malicious. I don't condone that at all. Hey, that's what I call malicious. Am I right? Ayo. No. You're not a fish, and you're not a pawn. You're a king in this game, my dude. Oh, they quit. Oh no, that's unfortunate. That's exceptionally unfortunate. That makes me very sad that they left. Well, in that case, I think I'm gonna head out. Y'all have a wonderful evening, okay? Good night, guys. Mission accomplished, motherfucker.
Remember, everyone, Steve started having the trans community. I was so proud of him when he came out that day. Or whatever he was trying to do.
I know what he was trying to say, but he's an idiot, so.
Oh, you're being serious? He did?
He started out in Nadia's room, and Nadia happens to be a trans person. Therefore, he started in the trans community.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's such a pile of shit, though.
It is. It's a giant pile of shit.
He was one of the ones that criticized Nadia for e-begging, funnily enough.
Was that before? Wasn't that shortly after he posted the pre-transition picture of Laura?
When he said that, yeah.
Hey, so do you think that if he criticized Nadia long ago, that would have been early on for e-begging, do you think he understands e-begging and does it on purpose now that he sees why people do it? Or do you think that he's too dumb to realize he's an e-beggar?
What YouTuber doesn't e-beg?
I don't e-beg. I don't have a Cash App running right now. No, I don't know if someday I will, but like I currently do not.
Things have changed. This is before you could monetize it at all on YouTube.
Okay.
There was no side super chats or anything like that. So.
Yeah, there were lots of people.
It must have been like 2013 or 14.
It would have been 2015.
He didn't show up till 2015. Yeah.
15 or 16. Yeah.
I showed up at 2014, so I know that like he was new. He popped in, and right away he was talking about the definition of atheism right off the bat.
Yeah, Steve used to suck at philosophy. I mean, he still does, but he used to be even worse.
Misha, I would like to talk physics with you sometime because Steve does it.
He used to talk to me about his supernatural experiences.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
What did he say?
What he said, he saw this orb of light coming through a wall once when he was. And then the other one, of course, was the famous one. Was he posted on the GDC that he used a Ouija board.
Mm-hmm.
And he got some genuine experiences from it, some reliable information from it. And I went, what? So you and your mates, you do realise that's just loads of people getting together, just pushing it round. You know that, don't you? And he went, no, it couldn't be that. And I went, what do you mean it couldn't be that? That's how they work. And he went, no, I was on my own.
So you got the answer you wanted.
Because that's not confirmation bias at all.
That explains so much.
Pissed ourselves. We fucking pissed ourselves.
Don't worry, Amisha. It was a joke because honestly, if I had a physics question, you would not be the first person I'd go to.
Isn't Misha? Is Misha's wheelhouse history? That's
yes.
what I thought. Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And she's the best.
The best around. You know what's interesting is them getting. So like I understand why I got the axe, right? Like he held on to me until I took a swing at him as being a shit dad, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like, and I understand why. But then like, okay, there's people that I don't understand. Like Sokka getting the axe did not deserve that. Misha getting the axe did not deserve that. Shannon Q getting the axe did not deserve that. Bill Ludlow getting the axe did not deserve that. Like all these people, like Paul Logia did not deserve that. All these people that always kept it like, like chill. And
do you know why
Switzerland?
The majority of them, I know that Pelosia, he follows me on Twitter, and I've gone back and forth with them a few times, all in very good ways. But Doc Misha, most of the people you named, I think, knew the truth, especially Shannon Q, and that's why he banned them. They were very much they would stick to what they knew happened. So,
Lono, Nick Suter is. I'm just going to give what he has made public. I hope it. He is one of the many people who had problems with Steve McRae's ethics.
Yeah.
And then left him. I was never part of Steve McRae's moderating, which is why I thought he would leave me alone.
Ooh, I have a really messed up experience with Nick Suter. Really weird.
Well,
I have some messed up experiences with Nick Suter, and I have some positive experiences with Nick Suter, and I will just say that I have told him that I'm not going to take swings against him publicly. I have told him my criticisms to him privately and left it at that. And he still talks with me. We have mutual friends. But like I do have some hangups with Nick. That being said, Nick's one of the few people that does host conversations that are really interesting. It's just that he needs to make some better friends and learn how to keep them in order to keep momentum and enthusiasm in those conversations. Hint, hint.
Well, my problem with Nick isn't world ending. It was, I'm not saying that I would even consider him bad or anything. But no, that I can respect that.
Yeah, I've never really had any dealings with him. He's always been all right to me. So
yeah,
I've nothing. I mean,
I didn't know him
everything's been
back
good
in the
between us.
Steve days because I've avoided Steve for a long time.
He watched
Right.
some things go down, like the doxing of Agrippa and stuff like that, and watched it go down. And he wasn't like,
to some extent.
yeah, there was that one comment he made and stuff like that, and there's criticism there. But like for the most part, like he's moved out of that camp, right? Like, so it doesn't mean that the person that now that you're not buddies with Steve, now you're my buddy. That's not how I work. And I don't think
work.
Yeah, but like, does he like have interesting subjects he talks about? Yeah, I think he does.
Good.
Yeah.
Sometimes,
As far as I was concerned, we've all made mistakes, and a lot of people have done. I've run into more than one person who has done questionable things for Steve.
Now, Steve is good at like gaslighting people into compromising their ethics.
Well, I also remember like a Periscope I titled, it's like the warm glow from or the gaslight from certain shipwrecks provides a comforting glow that lets me sleep at night. And for some reason, he did not like that title.
That's fair enough. I do want to circle around a second. So something that Dr. Misha said. She said she's a Cold War historian, and that means I want to see her talk to somebody.
Yeah, definitely.
Now, does it? Can anybody guess who I want to see her talk to?
Cold War? Von Helton?
Yes.
Oh God!
Yes!
Why would you torture her with Von Helton?
Because that would be the funniest conversation I have seen in years.
Misha, did you know Von fought in the Cold War?
Yeah, Von's a Cold War veteran.
Ooh, wow.
Allegedly.
He lasted in the army all of 18 weeks, and then
I hope he wore a coat if it's Cold War. So.
Yeah, he lasted in the army all of less than 6 months, and then had his mom come and get him.
Oh.
Although
his mom had to drive to Fort Hood to get him.
Hopefully, she was in a heated car.
Stolen valor and whatnot, right?
Well, officially, the story is that he was promoted to the Space Marines.
Well, he was promoted to the Space Marines, and he got to be the Punisher.
Oh no, he was the Punisher before that. Yeah, no. He was the Punisher.
And the Sorcerer Supreme.
We worked out the timing on it. He was the Punisher when he was about 8.
Well,
yeah.
Given the turn this conversation has taken, I only have one thing to say. Shout out to Clay County CPS.
Yeah.
Keep his kids.
Now I feel like I have to educate some folks that don't know and show you the Vaughn that we know. And so
there he is.
There he is. He's a Cold War ninja.
Yeah.
He has Encyclopedia Dramatica page all on his own.
This is secular opinion.
That's why I watch him very carefully. Anything I hear about Putin, my ear perks up.
I have that hat.
Had the Cold War continued, me and Putin would probably have been looking into each other from across a fence somewhere.
That's how the Cold War worked.
I'm a Cold War vet. And Putin was KGB. It's very possible we could have ended up staring at one another through a goddamn fence. It's very possible.
Well, by that logic, Vaughn, I'm a
Didn't
veteran
know
of the
that.
Polar Wars of the
Did
80s.
you know Putin is close to my age?
Wait,
Did you
hold
know
on,
that?
pause it real quick.
It's true. Look it up. I'm 50 years old. Go look up.
In order to look through the fence would need to be like a chain link fence. So where would you be that a high-ranking KGB officer and Von Helton would be on opposite sides of a chain link fence or other fence which you could just see through. Like, you don't put chain link fences around like army bases, you put like walls around them that
Well, no,
are non-opaque.
outside of that, you put chain link fences because there's at least 3 different layers of perimeter, and if they get to the wall, they've already gotten too far.
Okay, I mean,
do you know what
fair.
they do? You know what they do if they get in? And then,
Normally they shoot them.
well, I'm saying if
Already
an army
fallen
base
out.
is breached, there's a protocol.
Yeah.
Where I forget which it is. I forget which officer it is, but there's a gun and a flag, and you have to destroy the flag. I forget how they do it. I don't know if they burn it, and then they have to shoot. They shoot the officer in the head.
Right. Actually,
So
I have
Jesus.
to know that the chain link fence he's referring to is the one around his caravan park.
If well, no, there's a barbed wire fence around his house out there in Clay County, but that's beside the point.
Well, the funny thing is how did he get deployed to the Cold War? It's like, did he have like a medal that says Cold War on it? Because I've got one for deploying to Iraq, but
He didn't deploy.
okay,
He
So
didn't
he
make
was-
it out of AIT.
He didn't deploy, he triploid.
Oh, I just assumed when you said he was in for 6 months, you meant after training. So
No,
he
no,
didn't
no,
even. Oh, okay.
No, he didn't.
Well,
get
then
that
how did he
far.
see poop?
All right.
Come on.
Uni, what do you know about this guy?
Nothing.
Just a tiny bit, yeah.
Hang
just a
on,
very-
hang on. I gotcha.
If you love conspiracy theorists, he's hilarious.
Are you gonna pull up his Wikipedia and read it
I'm
out?
not going to read it out. I'm going to actually just put it in the Discord.
Isn't he
Oh,
like the
good.
Sorcerer Supreme too?
Yeah. Let's see. There's his Gab profile. There's
Best one ever was with Airmean.
Oh, did he ever have that? Oh, sorry, I'm interrupting.
Airmean talking to Van Houten was one of the best hangouts I've ever seen.
She's like, is this true? Is this true?
Would he try to talk about me if I did a video on him? Is he that kind of?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, he might actually try to get your video taken down. He did that to Lumber as making mockumentary.
Well, he doesn't have a YouTube channel anymore. I mean, he can.
Yes, he
record
does.
Stuff, but
He keeps bringing he gets taken down and put back up. So you have to understand that his children have been taken away by Kentucky CPS like 13 times.
no,
14 now.
it was just a dozen. It's just 12.
No, it's
Oh,
up to
okay.
14.
He's in Kentucky. Okay.
Yeah, it's
We're not doxing them. We all, like it's a
Oh,
known,
no.
known fact.
Well, that's a state anyway, so so it's not bad.
I mean, if you want to know the rest, we say it. It's not like he hadn't.
Yeah, exactly. If
All
he
right.
said it.
So here we go. General chat. There you go. You need the bottom of general for you.
All right, I'll grab it.
It's the weirdest. He's one of the weirdest.
Things have changed though, Uni. I'll just point that out.
You know,
How
he's
old
one of
is
the
he?
he's one of the people I'd like to see debate young Pharaoh.
Let's go
God,
on.
I would not like to see
I've got
Vaughn
too
and
much
Young
fun
Pharaoh
in this
anywhere
room
near
right
each
now
other.
for any type of serious martial arts.
And yes, I know who
The
Young
thing about
Pharaoh
it is,
is.
the thing that aggravates me is that I never had anybody with me when I went to martial arts that could, like film me or anything.
What?
Probably should have had, but
Did he say film me?
Yeah.
I've always been a solo man. Always did my own thing.
That's an interesting euphemism for it.
We forgot to tell Uni that he's Karate Kyle.
Oh.
Like if you've seen the Karate Kyle meme, this is that guy.
Okay. I mean, he just said he taught himself martial arts, though. I can imagine.
Me too.
Down strike or a down block. And then
Has he ever gone Super Saiyan?
I did.
No, but he's used the force on a groundhog.
True story. I invented chai tea because
Really?
I saw everybody else doing Tai Chi, and I was like, I'm going to reverse it all.
There must be millions of copies.
And when I
of
did,
Kyle
I ended up inventing chai tea. True story.
Which is very tasty. I mean,
You are all welcome.
Yeah.
I still hate tea. Yeah, just read his Encyclopedia Dramatica page.
Yeah, it's weird. Like, man, and what triggers him is the weirdest things. Like, one time I was in a Nadia hangout and we were talking about is this nation a Christian nation or not? And there was pros and cons. And I said, well, yes and no. I said, like, were there Christians that founded this nation? Yes. Was there some Western values influenced by Christendom? Yes. Like there's Western values that's definitely influenced by Christendom, but is this set up as a Christian nation? I argued no, that we should be a secular nation, and the reason is because the Christians that came over were trying to avoid tyranny over religion and the mix of religion and politics. And he just started going, no, 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 it's a Christian nation. And he's a pagan. And then he starts screaming. And then I said, well, and then I just started to add fuel on the fire, gasoline, because he's already mad. And I said, well, all of our favorite founding fathers were deists. And he just blew up shrieking like a Brangie over that. Like, so the weirdest things trigger this guy.
Well, and don't forget that according to Vaughn, 90% of all slave owners in the southern states during slavery were black.
Actually, we need to trick him.
And he has their phone numbers.
That was a recent claim too, that he made that all those slave owners were black. Yeah, okay.
You think a guy like him is about freedom of religion, because you'd think he'd be more of a constitution. He seems to me like he'd be a constitutionalist. So.
Right. He's got a real warped version of what the Constitution says, though. That's the problem.
Oh.
Well, that's because he doesn't work for you with reality.
Well, he's not, because of the Mandela effect, he's not over in, by Betelgeuse anymore. He's here, remember?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I love that shit. I love the Mandela effect. That's one of the funniest, best ones.
Doesn't he claim to be 118% Native American if you do the math?
It was 160% Cherokee, yes.
I love him. I do love him.
I've had he had a list of all of the slave owners back in, when there was slavery, and their phone numbers. I'm not kidding, not making it up, not exaggerating. That's what he said.
Why do all these guys not have YouTube channels anymore? That sucks.
Because they say stupid stuff and promote conspiracies against COVID vaccines and stuff. And YouTube goes, "Hey, you've broke TOS 8 times now, and we've only caught 2 of them.
Because
we gotta take you out."
More clearly, Von Hilton is unrepentantly racist, and I would love just to trick him into having the Native American discussion with the burnt toast.
Won't do it.
Well,
that's why we trick him to do it.
I know it's a very hot take. I have a really hot take when it comes to that, but I think that we should allow people to talk like Von Hilton so that we can debunk them and sit here and laugh at them. But I guess we can still sit and laugh at them, so it's all good.
Well, I mean,
Can only do that for years. I actually had a conversation with him that lasted well over 40 minutes on the Mandela effect.
Really?
Yeah. And I was saying he was wrong because it's actually the Mandela paradox.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't get the joke. I mean, he just literally 40 minutes of me making it more and more explicit that it used to be called the Mandela paradox.
If you bring up his Encyclopedia Dramatica page, he goes, "No, all of that stuff is a lie. The trolls and the haters made it up. None of it's true." And then there's the hangout where Ermine went through the Encyclopedia Dramatica page with him. She literally went, "Okay, well, it says here you invented the stealth bomber when you were 7." And he said, "Well, no, it was a space superiority fighter, and they stole the plans and took the ion engines out, and that's how they made the F-117."
Oh, they haven't made ion engines yet, as far as I know.
Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, I do believe there. Yeah, I think. Yeah, he was just saying that there's a hangout where he's basically confirming everything in the Encyclopedia Dramatica article.
That was this conversation with Ermine. I was there. I was like,
why
"Holy
did
fuck!"
Shanny lose your channel again?
Child endangerment.
Okay,
and
that's
because
right.
He's unrepentantly racist. Which time do you mean, by the way?
Yeah, which time is for sure?
because she's deleted 3 and lost 2.
Wait, who is this?
Shanny.
Oh, right.
So this is Burnt Toast channel, and I just want to show you her opener. I thought it was pretty good. So
fucking love her.
Burnt Toast is really good if you want to watch the Lulz cows and check out their channel and more soundbitey, less lingering things. Burnt Toast right here. I wanted to show you her opener because I thought it was kick-ass. So if you know anything about G-Man attacks women right and left right away. If if Miss Parker is really a transsexual and he's attacking, trans people, and he says that word transsexual, that's why I'm saying it. He attacks me for all sorts of things. He said he was going to show up at my house and beat me with a belt. He threatened to dox Hannah and put her name and number and face all over New York City or wherever he could in public areas.
He threatened to dox JD's kid's school.
Yeah, but women in particular, he's really quick to call them whores or like attack, using LGBT issues, using that to attack him and stuff like that. So he was going on and on about she's underage and making strudel jokes about it, which she's not underage, by the way, but he assumed she was underage by her voice at one point, and then makes these gross jokes, and then calls her a whore, a Christian whore, whatever that is. And so like
Sheba?
Isn't that Shanny?
Doesn't the G stand for God? Isn't that G-man, God-man? Is that what that?
I don't know, maybe. Yeah.
Allegedly.
I think it just means Gary.
Yeah, I mean, I think for him it just means Gary, and he just thought it made him look cool to say G-man, but yeah.
Right.
But he is a Christian. I just don't know how he can claim Christianity while acting like that, but a lot of them do.
So her opener is quite funny. If you haven't seen it, so I want to play it real quick.
Yeah.
Call me Bartos, call me. Little girls like Bartos need to grow up and get their puberty. You know what I mean? I feel like Bartos, the little girl needs to grow up.
Bro, that was crazy. Let me start this over again. I forgot. I sped it up.
Yeah, I was about to say, wow, that's
I
really
want to hear what he said.
Didn't G-Man say he would revoke the trans panic defense at one point?
You want to know, is this woman a whore? And if she's a whore, G-Man, where is your proof? Because if you ain't got no proof, G-Man, you're slandering and you're just as bad as everybody out there.
Oh my God.
Also, remember, according to this man, Dragnot is the atheist community.
She is a whore. The former prostitute. Wow. She is a whore. The former prostitute. Smells like rotten fish too. And I'm going to prove it.
What? He also loves it during June to wish him a happy Pride.
She is a whore. The former prostitute. She is a whore. The former prostitute. So I've been watching her, and I think it's about time this is said. The woman's lying. The woman's not a Christian. There's some rumors going around that she's a former prostitute, and maybe she played around with the idea of Christianity. Hey, Bertos, I know me and you got off on the wrong foot and whatnot, but I gotta give you some of that strudel. Bertos. Call me Bertos. Call me. Little girls like Bertos who needs to grow up and enter puberty. You know what I mean? What about people like Bertos, the little girl who needs to grow up? Right, Burnt Toast? Let me walk you across the street, Burnt Toast. Wow. Okay? Toast knows she wants some of that people's strudel. She knows it. I'll bake you some later when you give me a call. Burnt Toast gets exposed into the ground. Burnt Toast. She is a whore. She's a former prostitute. Burnt Toast. She is a whore. She's a former prostitute. Burnt Toast. She is a whore. She's a former prostitute. Smells like rotten fish.
Just for the record, I'm not really sure G-Man isn't a poet yet, but a lot of people tell me he's not.
She is a whore. She's a former prostitute. Burnt Toast. She is a whore. She's a former prostitute. And I'm going to prove it. So anyway, Burnt Toast, I think me and you got off on the wrong foot. I'm going to give you a second chance to prove yourself. All right? She's a huge whore. Wow. Burnt Toast. She is a whore. Burnt Toast. She is a whore. Burnt Toast. She is a whore.
Classic.
And I'm going to prove it. Remember, there's a big difference between a righteous judgment and Satan slandering the saints.
Oh, that's a good one.
I would never date Burnt Toast. I would never want to conversate with Burnt Toast. I think Burnt Toast is a jerk. I know for a fact that I'm really buying into the idea that Burnt Toast is only about maybe 15 or 16 years old. Burnt Toast.
Oh my God.
Keep in mind that according to G-Man, like nobody else is a Christian.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I'll be honest. I wouldn't want to compensate with G-Man.
Well, anytime somebody has a conversation and they claim to be a Christian, he will ask questions until you disagree with him on something, and then you're not a Christian anyway, so he doesn't have to value, your opinion at all. Disregard
anything, right?
Yeah. So, like, people who have PhDs in theology, like Dr. Dr. Kenny Rhodes? You remember when G-Man talked to him? Yeah, and G-Man's like,
Oh,
well,
yeah.
you're not a Christian. Now, the dude who's in an apologetics ministry, who has a PhD in theology, not a okay,
Oh,
G-Man, sure.
yeah. If somebody just like rubs him the wrong way, he just throws them out of Christendom right willy nilly. So.
Oh yeah.
So, I have a question for those who know G-Man. How long has Dragonhawk been the entire atheist community?
You what?
Since 2016.
Yeah,
Okay.
2016. About So
Do
everything
any
that
of you
drag
guys
does.
actually talk about Christianity and God, though? Does G-Man ever do that? Like,
Oh,
is
yeah.
every-
Not
So-
anymore.
So oddly enough, the man that Rev went off on with alleged things earlier, he talks about God and Christianity and theology, but G-Man doesn't really do theology very well. Shocker.
Well,
Or
he's had
anything
some
else.
classic arguments, hasn't he? I mean,
Yeah.
Lady Starfire said it in the chat. Sorry, go ahead.
the argument that God exists from I Got a Safe from next door, and then there was
The argument of God exists because I stole $3,000.
yeah, and then there's another argument. Remember the G-Man's prayer argument? Remember that?
Oh yeah. So
Those are the same argument.
Technically different, I would say, but yeah.
Hey, did you guys hear what happened with today with the whole death threats and harassment and stuff that was going on in the Katie and Tottie's lawsuit? There was a big development.
Oh God.
No,
So-
what was it?
They got one of them.
Was it Steve? Or was it Cheshire?
I
Not
mean,
yet.
Does
is this a
Tati
teaser?
Did Tati not realise what that is in England? It's slang. What that Tati is slang for in England?
No, what is it?
It's tatties. That's your female appendages, mammalian protuberances.
Breasticles.
Oh,
tatas.
breasts. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Are breasts
But anyway,
appendages?
the harasser ended up being one of Steve's new really close friends. So they're like what's it called? You know, interviewing him and all that shit right now, trying to get information out of him. So
Oh,
I'm sure.
Hang on.
Yeah,
so-
we'll see how that goes.
Did I hear that right? So one of Steve's friends, in inverted commas,
yeah,
has slandered somebody who's very litigious.
well, they sent death threats. They sent spoofed emails, filed false FBI reports, false police reports, and got in a lot of trouble just in the last week.
Well, to be fair, I've sent spoofed emails. It's probably not going to get you in trouble unless.
Well, it's what you put in them. So
Right, it depends on what you put in them. Yeah.
I mean, testing an email server by telnetting to port 25 isn't going to get you in trouble.
No, there's nothing illegal about that. No.
But when you put the dude's minor children and Photoshop their face into porn and then send it to people, it can get you in a little trouble. So.
Oh Jesus, fucking yeah. You
Do
can't
you have
do
the
that.
guy's name?
Fuck is that?
The lawyer Salty, yeah.
Oh,
Well, that's
Salty.
his kids. Yeah,
All
that
right.
was his kids. Anyway, though, I just wanted to update you guys because it's interesting. Everybody's talking about it in Discord servers right now, like trying to figure out. The question is who knew about these people were really close with each other, and it's really hard to imagine that they didn't know the other one was doing this.
Well, I don't call him I don't call him a shipwreck for nothing.
Yeah. It was one of Cheshire's really good buddies too. That's what's interesting.
Oh, that's astonishing. I've never talked about this publicly, and I can't give you a ton of information. But about a year ago, I got an email alleging that someone in that circle, I'm not going to say who, it was purportedly from the ex-girlfriend of someone in that circle, and it was alleging that someone in that circle had done something criminal with someone else in that circle, and they were bringing the information to me for me to release on my YouTube channel.
Yeah,
right?
that's a bad idea.
Oh,
Go to the
sure.
cops.
Oh, terrible idea.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
And I responded and said, "Well, I'm happy to talk about it. I just need to see the police report that shows that you've reported this to the authorities, and I'll definitely I can just show the police report that I'm reporting on the police report." And I never got an answer back. Isn't that astonishing?
Very much.
It's almost like when I asked Ilya Moon when she said she was getting death threats from all Steve's haters, and I said, "Oh, that's horrible." And I messaged Ilya Moon. This is before the cancer fraud. And I said, Ilya, I think it's unacceptable that you're getting death threats. And I'm an admin in several Discords, and I don't want that to happen in my community. Do you have a screenshot of that? And can we maybe work together to figure out who that is so we can just make sure that this doesn't happen again? And she's like, I panicked and I deleted them.
So basically, they're sending you false flag information to try to make you look bad.
I said, why don't you file a police report? If you're getting death threats, I would encourage you to file a police report.
Sure.
And then Chesh came up with the brilliant idea on stream with Steve that was me that sent the death threat. Because she's smart.
Wait, Chess or Steve did? Chess did?
Chess. She said, she mentioned
They don't
that.
like you.
Well, I noticed that,
Yeah.
right? But even saying oh, that's inappropriate. How can we make sure that this stops? They're like, oh, well, clearly it was you then.
I was going to say, do they like any of us?
No.
I don't think so.
I think we all of us have our morals are too low. We don't have
Yep.
high enough morals for them.
By meaning,
They're gonna be astronomical.
meaning
Although-
of which they're not as flexible as theirs are.
I'm slightly different. I'll tell my mod story now. I think this is an appropriate time. Steve, I did a debate with Steve, and he kept calling me a moron. When I finally said, "Please don't call me a moron, Steve. It's just not required," he went, "Well, that's because you are a moron." So I turned around to him and said, "Well, then you're a self-centered fucking prick, aren't you?" And he complained to the moderator of the owner of the channel, and got me kicked out. It was shortly after that he made me a moderator of his own YouTube channel.
Oh my goodness.
And by the way, Uni, just to point this, I've actually have a statement he wrote in the side chat of that debate, which says temporal agnosticism is soft atheism.
So what?
Wait.
Steve calls himself a temporal agnostic, and he
Mhm.
does not call himself an atheist. And yet I've got Steve McRae saying temporal agnosticism equals soft atheism.
No, he changed his mind.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. I actually said to him, I said, "So at least we know you're an atheist." At the end of the debate, after he said this, I said, "At least we know you're an atheist now." He goes, "I'm not a fucking atheist."
Even
I said,
I've
"Well,
heard-
I know. I'm not going to call you an atheist because I wouldn't want you on my fucking team." But you called yourself an atheist.
But I've even
Why
heard him
is he so mad about people saying that agnosticism is under the flag of atheism? What is it? What in the world?
That's a long story.
He's made a career out of it.
That's not a conversation for tonight. I'm just gonna say that.
Yeah, that would take like an hour to explain. You know what? Nate has a great, I think it's a two-parter on his channel that explains it probably better than any of us could, because it's
Yeah, I
a
need to
debate
watch it again.
he and Nate had 1,000 times back in the day.
Lady Starfire, I think one of the best things to do with Steve McRae is to ignore him unless he's actively harming someone or doing something blatantly illegal, because that way he just goes off of YouTube because he can't get traction.
I don't know.
But he does have a habit of going after new people if he can't get enough drama off of his favorite targets.
Well, funnily enough, only new people that have got channels with more views than he gets.
That's not necessarily true.
Well, in the round, I would say.
Trust me, I wouldn't be here if that were true.
So Steve throws out a lot of things that are headed towards ad homing. So or poisoning the well, maybe both.
Poisoning the well, yeah.
Where you'll be arguing with him, and I watch him do it to new people all the time, just because it's funny to watch the way he argues. He's still doing it. He'll go, "Well, you're just intellectually dishonest.
Speckle.
you're uneducated. What?
He's muddying the water to poison the well.
Yeah, exactly. But like he does it in his argumentation with people, and like that is not a really good way to go about conversations.
Well, I noticed this habit building, right? And it wasn't like that at the beginning, but after a little while it was. And the reason I believe it happened was because he would insult people, right? And then when people would say back to him, "Oh, but that's just an ad. You're just an ad hom. That's all that is," right? Then he would go, "Oh, hang on, I know philosophy. There's a difference between insult and ad homs, and I'm insulting you." And he'd try and pull that little trick, which a few people have done. Darth Dawkins
Reds
does
does
it as
it too. Yeah, Reds does that too.
I never really debated him, but I remember it's like in the comments of RVR streams are going on, it's like, "You're inept in philosophy," to which my answer is like, strangely, Linux admins aren't expected to be good in philosophy. I don't think he gets that the way to deal with him is, if you just want other people not to take him seriously, is just make him look like a total dingus.
Yeah.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so.
So, lady, you have a spanner now.
Well, I noticed that they have a lot of tactics. They almost go into a mode, because I've kind of been examining it lately for a video, and I noticed that when I told you about how I criticized Steve, and then he pulled that trick on me, right? He pulled this thing on me. Well, Reds called me over to talk to him, and I was kind of, just watching Reds, examining Reds, like following the flow of his little way he shifted. And all of them shifted on me right after I criticized him, and they all use that same kind of method. I'm trying to figure it out a little more and hone it down, but it's very obvious.
Oh,
yeah,
good.
101. Reds did the same thing right back at the beginning.
I feel so sorry for the Dapper Dino. Every time I see his name now, I read it as the Draper Dino.
He's Reds is a Steve McRae apologist.
Yeah, he is, definitely.
Yeah. And he lied to everybody. I mean, he swore to just about everybody that did the brass tack shadow, didn't he? That he was going to go to Steve, and he'd already spoken to Steve, and Steve was going to take all of this seriously and try and make some changes,
Yeah, I really wish I could have played that voice file, man, because somebody recorded that whole conversation, but I couldn't. And when you listen to it,
when you know the after, you know what I mean? When you know what happened, then you're like, oh,
well,
right, all of that was fucking bullshit. Oh,
well,
I
not
see.
only that, though, but I'm talking about in the moment when you listen to it, like you can hear everybody is like, listen, like you can hear how much they love the great debate community, and they don't want anything bad to happen to it. And they don't want to lose their ability to talk in it because, it was important to them.
Yeah.
And all of them on there are like, Steve, we just want to help. We just want to, and he's just taking it as an attack. And then Reds comes in with his excuse me,
megalomaniacal.
Thank you. Magnanimous bullshit. I was trying to pair the two together, and my mouth's not working anymore. But he's just like, oh, I've got this. I'm gonna protect it, and everything's gonna be fine. Let me handle it. And he just stabbed everybody in the back.
All right.
Yeah.
Question about Reds that's unrelated. Was it you or Exiled that came up with the Ruger King parking lot racist police spackle?
Oh, the Burger King thing? The Burger King thing.
I know the story, but someone changed it into the Ruger King parking lot racist.
Oh, that wasn't me.
That's just stitching all the components together in one easy to remember sentence.
That would have been Agrippa that did that. Yeah.
Oh, Agrippa.
Yeah,
okay.
almost certainly. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Well,
I thought Red's a Burger King carport gunslinger for a while, and
I've been doing this kind of weird community archaeology on the Great Debate community, and it really seems like it was a really tight, really, effect. Like, you guys had a lot of great conversations, and you did something. I would call it content. You guys had actual content when you got together and spoke, because the conversations were that entertaining. So it's a sad development seeing it break apart like it did.
Yeah, I mean, there were many reasons for that, not just McRae. Obviously, he wasn't the real reason, but G Plus going away was a bit of an issue. And then the changeover from being non-monetized to monetizing.
So,
well, wouldn't that drive everybody away, right? If you don't feel that your time should make this random dude his rent money, doesn't that drive people away, right?
Well, I mean, there was, like Nadia was making some money, right? She needed to, obviously, and providing the service that later everybody came to do.
Yeah.
Right, and so that criticism against Nadia was never really wasn't. Lots of people had different approaches to it, and I think that was very wearing. And as I kept trying to tell to people, Nadia did a lot behind the scenes to try and reconcile the two communities, the theist and non-theist, together, so we could have conversations and make it more interesting. And that went away when Steve started doing his stuff.
So
Steve
that
wouldn't
was
allow the theists in the community.
So he did allow theists in the community, but
At
what
the
happened
beginning.
is he allowed them to get railroaded really hard, and then he gatekept which theists got in the community. So a couple things that happened since I was the Christian mod along with Jade, and I can't remember who else. There wasn't very many mods of him that were
Jade
like
was a nice
Christian.
person. Yeah.
Jade was a very good person, but like we would try to recruit theists in, and here's what would happen. So I like to joke and call the Calvinist mafia, but like Matt Slick, the Bible thumping wingnut, those folks and their crew, Matt Yester, and everybody around them, I would try to get them over here because if anything, like they're at least the well thought out, like, well, you can decide if you like their arguments or don't, or you think they're honest or dishonest, but they'd spend time trying to hammer out an argument of some sort and to talk scripture and theology and stuff like that. And they were exactly the kind of people I thought would make sense to want to have a debate with, instead of just a lulzy person that's like the bottom of the barrel like G-Man. And so I would try to bring them in, and then people like Sentinel Apologetics, Rob, and all sorts of things, like bring those people in. And it was really hard because they come back and say that the anti-theists were running rampant over them. And it's true that there were some people like Emperor Atheist that just could not stop himself from setting them on fire. And if you're insulting Jesus in a way that's just not, you're calling people sky daddy and stuff like that and doing the whole rampant, thing, they're just not going to play ball. They're not going to play tennis with you.
You gotta be welcoming. That's one issue I've had looking back on certain communities. Not necessarily, I don't see it as much, probably because of what you're saying in the Great Debate community. But one of the main, I think, things that we have to do is respect other people's religions, even if they believe crazy things, and then talk to them about it. So yeah, it seems against the entire. Do you think maybe in his mind those conversations didn't pull as many people or make money, or you think the dumpster fire was where he was going, or what do you think?
Well, dumpster fires always get more attention, right? So if I'm talking shit, I mean, I hate to say this, but my videos that I'm most proud of, or interactions that I'm most proud of, are my interviews with people and thirsty theists and trying to build understanding. Those are the things I'm most proud of in this community. This shit I'm not very proud of. I just do it because, like, the lulz, and also I talk about these people because some of these people have done great harm. Like Cheshire's done great harm, and that's probably why I focus in on her so much. But like the toxicity of the community has kind of been a thing from the start. It's just, it seems like that's all there is now, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that was Nadia's gift, though, is that she had a good way of bringing people back after the toxicity had got too much. And like Steve never had that kind of soft touch or the ability to do that because he would be biased, right? Nadia was able to sit in the middle and just go, well, I'm a hard atheist, but I don't give a shit about that. I'm not interested. I just want the conversations to go on. So she would, after somebody had been roundly smashed, she would then start emailing them to say, oh, yeah, I wasn't there. It wasn't me. But come back. I'll make sure everything's good again. And then
How
they
did
would
she
come back
die?
in again. Say again?
How did Nadia, if you don't mind me asking, how did she die?
She didn't
No, she's
die.
not dead.
She
She's
didn't die.
Oh, I thought she died.
No,
That was Jade. Jade died.
Jade. I'm so sorry. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead then.
Jade passed away from most likely heart problems, and it was very sudden. But she also did say, and I feel bad because I was friends with Jade. Jade was saying that she wasn't feeling well and she was tired quite often. And
Yeah.
some of us are kicking ourselves because we didn't catch that tiredness might have meant something. But
Yeah. Well,
but Nadia did not die. I would argue she got better. She sounds happier. She's had her surgeries. She sounds happy. I've seen her just give a genuine smile, where before she was very depressed.
She's
Is she really tiny? Is she really small? Because I remember seeing someone in the videos. It was a high pitched voice and was really
No, that sounds like Jackie.
Jackie.
Yeah, that was Jackie. Yeah.
Yeah. She pulled down her video so it wouldn't affect employment, unfortunately. But she's doing much better.
There's still a playlist of a bunch of them from the debate coliseum and stuff. But yeah.
Yeah.
What happened with Nadia though? Did she stop? Did she quit? Or
yeah,
she quit. Like with G Plus falling apart, it made it really difficult to round up people. If you notice right now, everybody's sort of in their Discord islands, and you have to really seek people out to have any conversation. I had to go run over to Smoky Saints Hangout just to have a conversation about theology because nobody's running them anymore. It's really difficult. And then other people gatekeep really hard. So you can't invite this person because of this reason,
Yeah.
Well,
she had about, I don't know, maybe 5,000 or 6,000 people in different groups of G plus groups when she'd send invites out basically to the various groups one at a time to get different amounts of people in or whatever. And it wasn't until Darth Dawkins showed up that things started getting very difficult.
When the Pal Talker showed up, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably when it started turning into ponage, where before it wasn't as severe.
I have a question about Darth Dawkins for those who have encountered him longer. Is it unusual to listen to him for 1 minute and just want to punch him in the face repeatedly?
No.
If anything, I think that's what Jesus would want.
Oh my gosh. God. So Darth Dawkins is another reason why we should build a wall around New Jersey.
2 for the price of 1. I get you.
And make Cheshire pay for it.
So do you guys think if Steve, if he could have been removed from history, would the great debate community exist in some way right now, or do you not think so?
I think it would have existed till G Plus shut down, and then continued to exist.
Yeah, we would have gone to Discord as a group rather than individually.
Yeah,
that's the difference.
What do you mean? There's a channel called The Great Debate Community right here on YouTube.
Well,
because,
because here's the thing people don't realize about Great Debate Community. They never did it for the views. They did it for the conversation. It wasn't about trying to get people to watch necessarily. I mean, there was a push to get new people involved and conversing, but no one was doing it. No one was like, oh, I need to make, some content that trends on YouTube so that, I can pay a staff this month or anything.
Well, it wasn't monetized.
Right, exactly.
So there was no sense of trying to make money on it in that way. I think Nadia wanted to have this, her channel so she could continue to, try and get what she could, right? Because in order to do it, she had to sacrifice a few things, and then she didn't work.
Sure.
So there was all of that.
It wasn't until Steve showed up that anybody cared who had, how many subscribers. No one gave a shit.
Other than G-Man, yeah.
Well, sure.
Yeah, I have a fun video to show you guys. Yeah, G-Man was a subscriber obsessed. Most of us were in it for just the conversation.
The logs, mainly, yeah.
Funny enough, This
Tommy
has like
Hall.
all the players, like Tommy Hall.
Oh, it's Game of Thrones.
Oh yeah.
That's funny. That's funny shit.
Oh yeah.
That's cool.
Oh wait, it's not done yet. It's funny.
I don't care if he's a bastard. He's my king, from this day until his last day.
Oh, shit.
It gets better.
Lady Mormont speaks harshly. And truly. My son died for Robb Stark, the young wolf. I didn't think we'd find another king in my lifetime. I didn't commit my men to your cause, because I didn't want more Manderleys dying for nothing. But I was wrong. He is the White Wolf. The king in the north.
Oh, shit.
I did not fight beside you on the field, and I will regret that until my dying day. A man can only admit when he was wrong and ask for forgiveness.
I'm not a fucking pawn. I'm a fucking king of this game.
No fucking way.
It's beautiful.
I'm not a fucking pawn. I'm a king.
The king in the north! King in the north!
Was that Steve sitting there? Yeah, I was.
King in the north.
Sam just sitting back there chilling.
Oh fuck yeah!
Yeah, that's Sam, the scientist, by the way, has little finger. Most people don't know that.
I was going to say somebody should
That
put
makes me
Steve's
wanna
face
watch
on
Game of Thrones.
Cersei when she does the walk of shame.
Shame, shame. Oh god.
If only we were better at video editing, I would have done it already.
What was
Don't worry though, we're malicious trolls. Right?
What was
This
another
is,
good
this
one
is what we do.
Was what was it? It was Batman v Superman, only it's Darth and Jack Inkstrike.
Yeah.
Was
So
that
that
made after you guys were like, trolls and all that, or was it before?
It was right when we started getting worried about Steve. So Steve had gotten this drunken rant and talking about he's not a king in this game. He's not a fucking pawn in this game. He's a king.
Yeah, that was late 2017.
And then we got really like concerned, like this guy's on a power trip.
Yeah.
By
Oh my
then, he'd
God.
already banned half of the fucking community, though.
It's insane. This is insane. Look, seeing these videos, because it's like it takes you back to when if you watch him, because I just somebody gave me a clip like days ago, and he talks like a normal person, but if you watch him now, it's just these pre-programmed, excuses and shit. It's crazy seeing it.
Yeah.
He used to have some actual decent conversations if you could get him off philosophy because he was terrible at it.
Yeah, he always interrupted though. That's never changed.
He did. He did always interrupt, and usually
Look
he
it,
tried to.
look it.
Why would anyone feel guilty about interrupting?
All right, everybody. A gamer guy really thinks that everybody hates him. Everybody put a heart in chat. A gamer guy. Gamer needs affirmation.
Wait, who?
Gamer guy, our little troll here. He needs affirmation.
Who is gamer guy?
Affirm him.
He's a random troll.
Just affirm gamer guy. He needs affirmation.
Actually,
just don't use any gamer words, and we're okay.
I just saw what he said in chat. That Lady Starfire hates you. Actually, she did confirm that to me in private that she does hate you. Actually,
Lady Starfire, why are you such a meanie?
Yes, in private, she went on. It was 6 hours. 6 hours today. That's all she talked about.
For 6 hours.
6
My
hours,
gosh,
yeah.
that's out of control.
I mean, I told her she needed to calm down, but she's livid.
She's like, what? Oh, look at the little heart. See, nobody wants to kick you. Just like we didn't kick Trigglypuff, wherever that Trigglypuff is.
Yeah, hey, that Cheshire can come and troll all she wants. Nobody's gonna get mad.
No, we did. We did end up kicking the one guy because, well, he was being an ass. But yeah.
Well, I tried to get Chesh to come on my show in the last 2 weeks. She won't do it. She won't. None of them will. I've offered an invite to all of them. I've kind of let the secret out that I'm about to put out a couple videos to sum everything up, and I really, truly wanted their side. Wanted to hear them out, but they can't. They can't talk to people.
I'm trying to finish my Requiem for the GDC series, and I would love, like, I've had Sock account on. I had Holy Spackle.
I'd like to talk to
Laura, and I would love to have Steve on. He could have as much time as he wanted to say whatever he wanted, defend the brass tacks, everything. But he won't do it.
They've taken the power of banning so far. Censorship.
Yeah.
Have you reminded Cheshire she's a goddamn moron?
I stopped. I haven't insulted her in weeks because the first thing she said was, Uni's going to insult me, and that's bullshit for one. But whatever.
Oh, I've got some breaking news. Hang on.
Breaking news. Boop, 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 boop.
Breaking news.
Dun, 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 dun.
Rev's still poor. Okay, I'm done.
Rev's still poor. Okay. I'm not shocked. Have you met Reds? Oh, wait, you have.
Is that breaking news or baking news?
Did you say Reds or did you say Reds?
I said Rev.
Oh, okay.
Rev. Okay, I thought you said Reds.
Well, I would love
to
to talk about Reds, but Rev's fine too.
If the news were about Reds, it would have been Reds as an asshole.
Listen. I know that there's a lot of back and forth out there on the topic of whether he kept money on most all fundraisers, but I truly believe he was keeping large chunks of money from those fundraisers.
I gotta say that allegedly opinions and whatnot, like, this is an opinion and this is not fact on this channel. Thank you. Continue.
Well, yeah. Well, the thing is, and yeah, that is my opinion. The only piece of evidence out there is that him and Sean both admitted that Sean's $10,000 fundraiser, that Sean had to, quote, pay Reds back for a loan with some of the money from that, which would have been stolen money. But anyway, I don't want to hold an opinion. That's why I want Chesh or these other people who have this strong what seems like an opinion against people thinking that to come talk, but they won't. And I guess they don't care if people believe that or not. But if any of you hold the opposite opinion, I'd love to hear why and figure it out. But
Uni, didn't you, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't you say that Reds called you during a stream crying one night? You had to like stop streaming.
well, I was working. I wasn't streaming, but yes. And we talked for at least an hour. And he didn't start crying until well into it. But I was trying to work, and I just started playing a video game or something. But yes, he did out of nowhere. This is when like I probably talked to him once or twice or 3 times. I don't know. And it was really weird. I felt like I was being manipulated, honestly, because I'm like, okay, seems like this dude's trying to get me to think he's my best friend for some stupid reason. But anyway, that's a true story. Now he denies it, but he did slip up once and admit that we talked. But I think he said it was 20 minutes. He was minimizing it, but it was definitely over an hour. So
weird. The guy is
Does Skype keep records? Because if Skype keeps record, I can pull it.
Skype
But I
should
don't
keep records, yes.
I will go back and pull it. I'll have to log. I haven't logged into Skype since Sean Huffer. When I first criticized Reds, Sean would try to call my show when I was live. And the first time I muted it, but after he kept trying to call it, I just fucking logged out. I don't deal with people like that if they act that way. So
yeah,
if he would have been cool, I would have talked to him. But
I would like to address what Serb said in the chat though about his
me too.
Plus Hangouts, because I still have some of those archived, and those are responsible for some of the weirdest named things that I have in my G Plus history as far as Hangouts go.
Wait, what is it? G Plus?
When Hangouts were a thing and we were holding Hangouts using G Plus and stuff, all of those old Hangouts are still archived via Gmail, so you can go into and get the archive. One of the conversations I have is from one of Serb's off-air Hangouts, which has the most amazing name ever for a frickin' Hangout, and it was Scrotal Sunburn.
That's interesting. I don't know how that. Okay, yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
I got it.
Serb used to just pick random things and name his Hangouts that. So
I used to do that all the time with my streams. Yeah, I used to do that too. Well, the point is, I want the history of what's happened, to be in a video, because that's the sucky part is like with the GDC going back, it'd be nice if there were a lot more videos that just explain things that were happening. And I know they're there somewhere, but it's hard to find them. I'd like to get a good archiving,
Yeah, I'd settle for one coherent, like reviewed by the community article that's probably end up being about 8 pages.
I mean, I can put that.
Ethan's series is great. Your series is great on the GDC. It's like a wealth of information.
Well, thank you. I did those 2 videos on the death of the GDC. I guess I could put them back up. I mean, they're still there. They're just private.
You should, man, because what I would hope someone could do is, I like having long form videos. I don't know. Do you know are they like over an hour? Or how long are they?
Oh, it's hours and hours. And everybody from the GDC was coming in and talking like dragons.
Yeah.
I'd like to have somebody just do an edit, because that's what I like to do. If I have something long, I like to also try to get an edit out. And it sucks cutting things down, but to take the most important things and get them into 20 minutes is actually really a good resource.
Yeah, it is. I'll figure something out.
Well, that's what I'm doing. I'm just pulling, whatever I can. The brass tacks is one of the hardest time frames to work. And then the very beginning, of course, is a little hard. But other than that, I think I got a lot of it down.
Yeah, there was a hell of a lot right at the beginning. Well, I mean, I say beginning. I wasn't first in there by a long stretch, but
I mean, you should see some of the DMs people have of like Steve saying that like he's developing a media empire and everything else.
Yeah, I've seen this.
Oh my God, yeah.
I've seen some, and I mean that I can't help but being an outsider looking in, think that he did destroy the GDC. I mean, I don't want to be biased against him, but
destroy is a strong word there, I feel.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that he destroyed it. It's just because he started excluding people that were, not central, but were, the point was the GDC wasn't a group of people that you could leave, right? Nobody could throw you out from it.
Right. It wasn't a clubhouse.
Or buy it.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it was both sides, right? There were people on both sides of the aisle, and you could just join in anytime you felt like it. And some people were, some people were funny, some people were smart, some people weren't so smart. G-Man. Some people, whatever. Nobody could throw G-Man out, right? That was half of it. Nobody could exclude him. Nobody could exclude Jungle Jargon, right? Despite the fact he would come up with the most idiotic fucking ideas going.
And he sounded like marbles.
You know what I mean?
Well,
the
a
only
lot of
thing
those moments, they're what we talk about now,
Yeah.
So it sucks.
Certainly, we already mentioned that one with Airmean and Von Helton. I mean, that is a classic, right? I mean, and that's gold dust, that one. Right? And so there were lots of those with lots of people. And that's the thing. But even then, Von Helton was never thrown out. He was a lol's cow, but he didn't do anything to actually make himself get thrown out.
Well, it seems to me like you guys kept a lot of these. If you look at the way they are now and what's happened in between, with just about all of them, it's like they lost. They went out of control. A lot of them went out of control after that.
Yeah, well, as I say, once Steve started excluding people from the community, then it's not a community anymore, and a lot of people found that very distasteful on both sides. And then, not so much on the theist side, but on the atheist side, a lot of us found it very distasteful, so we stopped participating. And then, and it was a hub, right? That was the point. It was a hub, and you couldn't get in contact with these people again, not for years anyway. And there's people that I still don't come in contact with very often. I remember Thor's hammer. Great guy to have great conversations with. And he's just not around anymore because he found the whole thing really boring after a while because the people weren't there.
Well, Xbox, had life.
Oh, fucking Xbox! What a great guy.
Okay, well, if he was trying to build a media empire and he was trying to do something big, why wouldn't he make his own name? What is the thing that prevents him from just doing it without trying to? Because he's taken the Great Debate community, he's taken non-sec, he's taken the Guardians. I mean, I could just go on and on and on.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. He doesn't know how. He has no idea how to do that.
Well, there's also the fact that he's lazy.
Well, the original idea, I believe, again, opinion only, was that he wanted to own the channel and have other people put their content on it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why he called it the Great Debate Community, because then he could trademark it under inverted commas. You could trademark that name. Anyway, and so he would own it, and then everybody else would promote their channels through it, and that would be good for their channels, but especially good for him because then he wouldn't have to create content.
Well, when you see what happened when he went to the Non Sequitur show, he definitely changed his mind on that the minute Kyle tried to kick him out. All of a sudden now, maybe he was banned. Does it look like Kyle banned him in the way he was banning people in the GDC? I mean, I can kind of see that now.
Maybe. I don't think so, because my recollection is that Steve tried to do more of the GDC stuff that he'd become accustomed to by, shunning people, right, and trying to cancel people, and he tried to cancel the wrong people, like Tillahunty, Aaron Ra.
Yeah.
Well, he tried to punch up, right? I'm going to be a different kind of atheist, and he tried to punch up at him, and just didn't work out too well, did it?
He got owned.
No, literally, he made enemies of the theists first.
Yeah.
Right? So the theists didn't want to come in. Then the atheists, right, were the only people left, so he attacked the atheists. And then he was left on his own with the agnostics and the few pagans and whoever else. And obviously, then there's nobody to talk to. There's no debate anymore because, you're just sitting in a room with a lot of people going, well, I don't know.
Well, the pagans. Let's get real. The pagans won't debate, with the exception of Ocean. With the exception of Ocean, the pagans don't debate. They won't. They run away, and they obfuscate, and they say, "Oh, I don't have to hold to the same things."
To be fair,
No one
Ocean
ever asked
didn't.
me.
Ocean stopped debating as well once.
To be honest, that agnostics never really hung out with Steve much anyway.
Yeah.
He always made all the bad arguments.
Good point, actually, Serb. And while I'm here, Ethan, get Serb on to do one of your interviews.
Get who on?
Cerberus
Cerberus
Hex.
Cerberus Hex.
Oh yeah, Cerberus.
Serb is a malicious troll, just like Pew Review.
Yeah, that would be great.
Insidious.
I'd love that.
Yeah. Anyway, but I'm sure you guys can arrange that some later time. And make sure you give me a link to the chat, because I'm going to want to be in the chat trolling you.
Yeah. Should I confess all the behind the scenes things I did to Steve?
Absolutely, because it's only going to go down in history once, right? So,
Sure.
What happened to Gamer Guy? Wow.
He's spamming.
Yeah. He just wanted to get kicked from the beginning. It looked like.
Yeah. Well, he's on timeout right now. He needs to chill out.
Oh, not giving me enough attention, obviously. Oh yeah, no, that was another thing. Suicide by mod. Do you remember G-Man? Popularized that.
Yep.
Oh, where he would break the hangout so severely that you would have to kick him. Yeah.
Yeah.
He would start muting everybody except for the people he wanted to talk to, and nobody could talk. And so you'd have to kick him.
What are you playing?
I'm playing Monster Hunter World.
Oh, hell yeah. Omarosa said, so Steve had a fit because he was having some issues, mental or health-wise, and they said take a break. We'll help run the channel. Steve and Reds tried to do the same thing to Kyle, and he kicked him.
Yep.
There you go.
And I really think, and Kyle confirmed this, but Kyle had that skin cancer scare right around that same time, and I think that was a motivating factor as well. It's just extra stress, and here's Steve acting up on Twitter all the time and pissing people off, and he was just done.
Yeah, and
I'm sorry to hear that about Ocean. I didn't know that.
What about Ocean?
She says that Ocean was part of dogpiling. And I was a little bit surprised to hear that.
I heard the same thing as well.
Man, have you guys seen Cheshire's Twitter when she? And it's like a recorded history. Steve gets in a fight with somebody, and then Cheshire, he tags certain people, and then she tags in people, and then the dogpiling comes in, and you can just see it. You can just go back and look at it. It's crazy.
Yeah, I've seen it.
I mean, he's been kind of perfecting these tactics for quite a long time now. So.
Right. It's the only one he's got.
That's the scary part.
Yeah.
Maybe we're witnessing, what some other communities have risen, and we're seeing kind of a rise and fall of all these different communities, and the center factor in it always seems to be the same things that destroyed civilizations back in the day.
Yep.
That is exactly it, Uni. And the very first hangout where somebody tried to talk to Steve about what was going on, that was exactly the thing. Hey, look, here's a warning. I've seen this happen before to other communities. Right, you're headed in this direction, dude. It's not a good direction to go in. And of course, he blocked that person straight away and started calling them names and stuff.
Here's what's weird. If you're gonna do a great debate community and you want it all encompassing and you want everybody to interact, people that I despise, like Cheshire and Shanny and Godless Girl, people like that I despise, you can't gatekeep them away just because you despise them.
Yep.
Yeah.
And unless somebody is doing something like doxing, or something severe like that, for the most part, it's all fair in the conversation, right?
Yeah. That's why I invited Cheshire on my show. I think she should want to take it. I thought she'd be right there. She seems so confident.
Yeah, I think they know exactly what the state of the play is, and that defending it would only cause them harm, right? It would only cause harm to their own followers.
Yeah.
So
It's
there's
at that point.
nothing to win by doing it. But
I'd
I mean,
love to have Reds.
you know, as far as I know, maybe three people were blocked from that community, from the original community, the original Great Debate community. And 2 of those were pedophiles, and one of the other one was somebody that just called everybody a pedophile.
Oh, Pillbox. So Pillbox, you mentioned, how we were talking earlier about, Rev's accusation about the P word towards Smokey. Well, while that has some reasoning behind it, like, because there's something going around with like supposed evidence, right? But like this other thing, like MP Pillbox would just run around and just jump on you and just decide to plaster pedo all across your name. And he would do it liberally. And guess who's around again right now? And he's hanging out with G-Man.
Yeah.
Pillbox.
And he's actually Pillbox actually ran people out of the community because they were using their real names.
Yeah. So if he found out your real name and he attached that name to it, and then you start putting it publicly everywhere.
Yeah, there are some sick, weird people out there. I'll tell you that. But they're, even some of the crazy ones are fun.
Yeah.
That guy doesn't sound fun.
Crazy is one thing, malicious is another. Yeah, you're right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
But there you go. Oh, there was another guy as well. What was that Richard Raspberry guy?
Yeah, Richard Raspberry, a.k.a. Mexican drug lord, a.k.a.
Yeah, that's the guy that
Yeah,
said that the atheists were killing him and then put the ketchup all over his shirt.
That was Jason Burns.
Jason Burns.
Okay.
Richard Raspberry was the first one to write the book.
Wasp on the Moon, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That was funny. But he used to say that, what was it? His big thing was calling theists delusional.
Atheist delusional, yeah. He still actually has a channel, but I forget what the name of it is.
Doesn't sound like we're missing much.
Yeah, I don't think we should say it either way.
Spackle, you're Christian, aren't you?
I would say I want to be a Christian right now, but like I'm in a weird spot right now. But I would say I'm like on the border of deist and theist, and I would like maybe shorthand and say Christian deist or Christian theist, but like
it's a lot of qualifiers.
Yeah, it's a lot of qualifiers.
You kind of just described where I'm at right now. Also,
it's an uncomfortable position to be in, only because like I have always been like having like a theological bin to put myself in, and Christianity is a way of life. It's not just like a religion and a worship and stuff like that, but like it was so much a huge part of my life that like I had like my main job that I'd work, and then I'd work in a church, like as if it was a full-time job as well. And I worked with outreach and youth ministries, and it was such a huge part of my life that where I am right now just feels uncomfortable. So like I'm not one of the, but I deeply feel that there's a God. So when people go, oh, you're going to be an atheist, or atheists like, yeah, we got you. Like I deeply feel like there's a God, and I think there's evidence and stuff that it could point to it. I
agree.
I have questions about who God is right now, and wrapping my head around particularly the problem of evil and making it make sense for me.
Oh, really?
And not in a cute theological way where I have to divorce myself from all my humanity and put God in a different category, and then say like God has these things that are attributed, like God is love, and then to say like this love means something else because this God isn't actually human, right? And so then it becomes like these meaningless terms, and you just end up in a big mess. And these apologists have all these cute little boxes that they put God into so they make it work. But I'm starting to think God is bigger than what people think, and he can't be put in a box.
Oh, no, I agree with you. Evil, in my opinion, is, and every religion I've read describes it as a product of free will, man, you know. So I mean, I got to a point in atheism. I was atheist pretty much my whole life, and when I started to think about, you know, because I thought the same thing. I said, you know, how is there a God when all this pain and suffering is around us? And I don't know, there was a point where I kind of saw that evil and pain and suffering are the things we must experience in some way. I know it changed me. And then also, how do we have free will without the ability for what we consider evil? So I don't know. I'm rambling.
Yeah, it kind of depends on the kind of evil, I guess. So there's like evil that's natural evil, like, you know, floods, famine, disease. And then there's evil that's like the evil that people do to each other, like murder, rape, abuse, you know, things like that. And then there's like grotesque evil, which I guess kind of falls into things like murder and rape, like allowing each other to, I don't know, allowing us to like kind of run wild and allow, like, you know, children to starve to death, and that's fine. Or you know, and you have to appeal to this higher power of like, there's got to be a reason why God let your baby of 3 months die, and like all this horrible stuff that happens that we call grotesque evil that befalls upon people. And you know, like, there's not really, I mean, you just have to almost special plead to make sure that God still stays good, if that makes sense. Like there is a bigger reason for all this, and with that bigger reason, though, there comes like a hope. Like there's a hope that maybe there's a reconciliation of all things. Maybe there'll be justice for those that have been harmed, and there's an afterlife for kids that die so young, and that's all like comforting. But on the flip side is this God that either doesn't intercede, which or he ordains it, and that is difficult to reconcile with an omni God, you know.
Yeah.
So.
I'm with you. No, I've been there.
Oh,
I mean,
well, it's a miracle. A miracle has just happened. I've managed to keep quiet through all of that.
It was a fucking miracle. Absolutely.
The anti-theist in Simos is screaming.
Okay, well, I'll talk about that for a couple minutes because I'm a deist, but I'm not a Christian, right? I'm a pagan, and I think you bring up some good points about, you know, about evil, and I think that from my point of view, the universe itself is a being, right? Maybe that is God or something, and I think that the different aspects of the universe are all of us interconnected. It's almost a Satanist type of view, I know, but everything is all interconnected. So there has to be balance in order for the universe to exist. The universe can't exist and only be love, and it can't exist and only be evil. And that sucks, but that's what this universe is. So I don't think that a God that's just love and just good and just, you know, all of those things makes any sense. But it does make sense for me to be a part of a universe with which I can interact, and the universe of itself is a being that promulgates or creates these things that we experience for us, so that we can experience and become more knowledgeable and more wise about what the universe itself is. If that makes sense.
Oh, I want to do my thing. So you say you're a pantheist? Is that what you said?
No, I'm a pagan.
You said you're a pagan, but you're a deist. Do you mean like
I'm
you
sorry.
Deist. Okay.
Yes, I'm a pantheist. Yes. Sorry, I
Pantheist,
misunderstood
okay.
what you said.
Okay, so you're an atheist, basically.
Sir,
don't worry to answer.
Don't play your game.
I just want to poke Simon. That's all. Don't worry.
Sub,
no.
Just stop that right now, otherwise you're going to trigger me.
No, I am an agnostic atheist, actually, and a rock.
Oh my god! Don't give me that either. Oh, I can't handle it. It's all coming from all directions now. That's my argument against Steve's. Oh my god, it's Steve's idea of fucking atheist rocks.
The correct way to do that argument, by the way, pro-lib, is saying atheists are pantheists. But since you're on the other end of that, I couldn't do that.
Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, I love that.
Oh, you need to have some conversation with Serb.
I'm applauding. I'm literally applauding.
Because that's one of his like easier ones.
Yeah.
He's got some real actual like interesting curveballs out there.
Actually, we've run into Christian pagans before, actually, where they'll just kind of add Christianity to the Parthenon.
I mean, Christianity stole everything from paganism, so it was ours to begin with.
Yeah, there was kind of the burning of the pagans. That's, there's some,
I'm saying all the Christian holidays are pagan holidays. They just repurposed them.
It's true. That is true. Nice.
Okay, someone dropped out.
I think you'll find they're all atheist holidays to start with.
Sorry, I accidentally backed out. I had to jump back in. So, Spackle, do you not acknowledge, though, that if we have free will, and in order for us all to have free will so that we can well, I believe we're here to be tested. Personally, that's my master theory, and I believe that free will has to exist. We have to have that, and also to be tested. I believe that we can't know. We won't. If we knew there was a God, let's say we had a scientific test that could prove there's a God, immediately the entire world can't be tested now. If we know God's looking over our shoulder, if we know, if it's not a belief kind of thing, then nothing that we do could ever be tested, because we'll do everything with the knowledge that God's looking in. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It can't be knowledge if it's an inductive argument in that sense, in the same sense that you mean the knowledge of God. That's one of the issues. Right? We could only be 99.9% sure that God existed. So we could never 100% know that God existed.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So there's a slight issue with saying that we could scientifically prove God. But it depends what you mean by no. I mean,
don't make me go get Tyler.
I was just meaning if like maybe God, let's say God just appeared, and we hit a certain point and God appears in front of us. We just.
Simos, don't make me go get Tyler and he can come here and talk about how knowledge is a useless concept.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, I was thinking of doing the same thing to uni there with free will, right? What do you mean by free will? I mean, come on now. But I mean, I'm not. Let's not. I think we'd have to. I think we should choose not to have this conversation.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
I have a good one with free will too.
It's a lot of fun one, yeah.
Yeah, it's these arguments have been gone over many, many times, but I do think there's a problem with saying that you can only abductively reason to God. I mean, that's the best you can do. So, which is you're basically stating that it's a psychological position, and that's fine then, right? That's my attitude to what Holy says. And has said in the past, one of the reasons I respect her so much is because she's always taken that position of saying, well, this is what...
basically feedism.
yeah, basically, which is
but I do love my Soren Kierkegaard. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not a bad chappy. I've read some of his stuff. So yeah, but
I'm UFO hunting right now.
Say again.
I'm UFO hunting.
Okay.
There's this weird ass light that flies in the sky over this little mountain right here, and I'm trying to figure out if it's a plane or what. It always does it at night. It's really strange, really low to the ground. So,
that's an alien.
If it's low and it's on,
I think I'm gonna drive over there and see.
If it's low and it's on a fairly consistent schedule, it's either a helicopter or a plane.
So,
it might be a helicopter.
Darth Chaz, original sin or unearned guilt is pure crap. I do want to point out, original sin took root really hard in Christianity through St. Augustine. Like, he was the biggest proponent out of everybody for original sin.
Yeah,
and
give me
the way that
definition so that I don't get it mixed up in my head. Is that where? Hold on.
That's when God canceled Adam and Eve for eating an apple.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
Canceled.
Well, when you're talking to me, you gotta make it internet speaker. I'm not gonna get it. So
Okay, so original sin basically says everybody's born sinful. Like you are born with a nature within you. Your very nature is sinful. But I want to point out that was adopted a lot by Augustine and perpetuated by the Catholic Church later in the Catholic Church, not in the early part
But
of the
doesn't
Catholic
it make
Church.
sense logically though? Because if the
No,
whole
no, it doesn't. So wait, there's more. So before the Protestants left the Catholic Church, right, and they had already fit into this original sin idea. Like if you scroll back into the Christianity before the Reformation, there's a split called the Great Schism. The Great Schism is where Orthodox Christianity leaves the Catholic Church and splits from the Catholic Church, and that's where you're getting your Eastern Orthodox and Greek Orthodox folks. Now they view sin like this: there's an illness that affects the world, and there's evil in the world, and you can call it driven by Satan or the fall of creation, and this evil that's unleashed on the world is like an illness that you fight, but it isn't the very nature within you. It's not who you are. It's what's befallen on you, and it's what affects everybody. So like the willingness to lie, the willingness to take a swing and hit somebody, the willingness to kill, like all this stuff is like different forms of this illness. And that is a really, honestly, I'd argue a healthier way to look at it than original sin, where original sin says your very nature is bad.
Yes.
Well, what I meant
so
was.
hold on real quick.
Go ahead.
So it's also the basis of the conservatism versus liberalism argument, because the basis of the conservatism argument is if there were no laws, everyone would take advantage of everyone else. And liberalism says if there was no laws, everyone would be good to one another. So that's a very basic breakdown, but it originates in this original sin idea. And that's why you get these splits on all these different political and philosophical feelings.
It makes sense. But when I said it was logical, let's say that you look at sin as the product of free will, where you have not experienced the outcome of those acts that you named, or you haven't logically reconciled them. We all, being born with a blank mind, must learn that lying, punching someone, murder is wrong for a reason, and our brain must form in a way to where we live our life against those things, or to not do those things. So maybe when I said it sounds like a logical argument, I just meant it's logical that would be, some ancient philosophers would reconcile it down to original sin being when we're born, every person is going to have to, by nature, experience some of these things, be affected by them negatively, or watch the effect that it has on someone else and then learn not to do it, right?
Right. So again, I'm not in any way a Christian, so correct me if I'm wrong. But okay, so Dr. Griffith just said it in the chat. People are basically good or basically bad. And if you believe that people are basically good, then you're going to think, oh, well, then let them
think
do
more
whatever they
liberally.
want.
Yeah.
Right. And if you think people are basically bad, you're going to think they need correction.
So did you ever go back and watch the "fuck you" debate with Chesh, where that is taken by?
No, I had anything else to do.
So
Wait, what is
Sokka, well, that sound clip of "fuck you," and she drops the mic and stuff like that. Eat a dick. That comes from a debate where they were just having a discussion, multiple people, or maybe better as a discussion about liberalism versus conservatism. Which one, I guess, I don't know if it was produces a better society or what, but
sorry, I was clearing my throat.
But Sokka did point out that if you believe that people are basically good, you might lean more liberal, and if you believe that people are basically bad in nature, you might view more conservative. And like, she just couldn't wrap her head around that concept at all. Like it was really funny.
Was she busy trying to open wine?
She was rolling around on the floor and flailing around because she didn't like what Sokka was saying, and Sokka was a little bit condescending, but like she was literally flailing around.
Oh, she deserved much more. Sokka was very reserved.
Yeah, she was being a petulant child, so
Yes.
Sokka was condescending. He's normally not super condescending.
Sokka's really cool to talk to. I've talked to Sokka a few times about a year ago.
Yeah, I remember.
Sokka's the best. Love him.
Where is Sokka?
He's currently deployed. Yeah.
He's
deployed.
He's out being a seaman.
How many days is he out? 180 days or longer?
I know that he'll
Navy.
Be,
Yes.
Well, he's Canadian Navy. Yeah.
Oh, that's
They
awesome.
call it a Navy. They call it a Navy, but it's Canadian.
Oh man,
I know that. I guess they're docked in New York for September, which is why we're there. Why the trip is there.
They have like 3 small kayaks or something, but yeah.
I want to be back in the military, honestly. Like,
well, no, like the press release, because he's posted some of the press releases. They've confiscated something like, what is it, like a couple of thousand tons of drugs so far.
that's amazing.
That's fucking ridiculous.
That's good shit.
Yeah, they're
Good.
badasses.
Just that shit.
I'm being a jerk.
He's
Do
having
that
the time
shit,
of his
Sokka.
life right now.
He is. He's
Oh yeah. No,
Still
I
get
know
to
what it
talk to
feels
him
like.
occasionally, but not for very long periods of time.
Yeah.
Agrippa talks to him regularly though, so if you want to know how he's doing, hit up Agrippa.
Well, I'd like to. Yeah, I'll have to hit. I want to get Agrippa to come talk on my show, but it's hard for me to track him down.
Oh, right now he's going wild. He's on holiday, and like he's like sending us all these pictures that make us jealous.
Yeah.
So we're
It's
waiting
like
for
in
him
the
to
French
come back.
Alps or something.
I don't know. Like I'm just like, where the hell are you, Greece? I don't know.
I need you on
he
my
was-
show, Uni. Actually, I need to bring you on. I have a thing.
Yeah,
for you.
let's do it, man. All you got to do is let me know when and come. Join
to,
my Discord server. Any of you guys are welcome, and you can come on my show anytime you
I
guys
have
want.
no idea how to join. You said for me to join. I think that's what you meant. And then I was like, exiled. I don't know if he wants you to join or me to join. She's like, I think he wants you to join. And I said, okay, well, you're supposed to give me a link. She's like, I can't give you a link. And I said, okay. And then I said something in your mods. And I said, I think I'm supposed to join Discord, but I don't know. And they're like, cool. So a mod will have to give you a link. And that's where I'm
Yeah.
at.
How many people are in here? We got Ethan.
2,000.
Let me grab a link. It'll have 5 uses for an hour, and then if any of you guys want, just try to keep it in
All
the
right.
side chat. So
Yeah, I think I might already be a member. I followed you for a little while because I like Navy.
Yeah,
Tech
man, you're welcome to
and,
come
the
hang.
other guy.
I like Navy. Yeah.
This is a good guy.
Oh, Navy will.
Leroy's a good guy.
Yeah, Navy will. He'll talk. He'll debate. He'll talk Christianity. He's good too. He knows what he's talking about.
I noticed him in chat right away. And I noticed that he's not like all stabby at me. Like if he is a Christian, he's not being all stabby and like, oh, you heretic, burn you alive.
No, he's really
Navy's super laid back.
open-minded.
Yeah.
What you mean is he acts like Jesus.
Are you trying to say that you're supposed to act like Christ if you're a Christian? I mean, that's crazy talk.
That's crazy talk. Have you not heard the Darth Dawkins things recently?
All right, let me drop it in the side chat here.
Oh dear.
Just check in with the moderation sometime in the next, after the show, and they'll get you a role so that we know that it's you and stuff. Because you guys know that I'm constantly, there's the busy. Yeah, my Discord is constantly trying to be invaded by Steve, AT2, Reds, Sean, and Cheshire under sock accounts. So I got to be careful.
Okay, I'm here.
I had to put the lizard up for a minute. I mean, we were talking.
No, that's excellent. Oh, there's a better one. We got a brand new lizard. It's really good.
Okay.
Somebody put the lizard in the general room. Somebody put the Janie's lizard. It's really good. But no, I saw Demi was trying to, restart the GDC like about a year ago, and I thought that was really awesome. But then it kind of fizzled.
Yeah.
People got bored, and there were people like bred around, and
That pissed me off a little that people went in so hard on Brett, to be honest with you.
Well, Brett just
No,
corn Bob Miss Parker today.
It wasn't
just so you know.
always people going in on Brett. It was Brett deciding he needed to come in and start shit too. Like, don't.
Well,
Brett wasn't innocent in that.
Sure,
one.
sure. No, of course he's not innocent. He's always going to be a passive-aggressive wanker. But, you know, if you're going to talk to Brett, you've got to expect that he's going to be a passive-aggressive wanker.
Well, no, like, I understand that, but the new people didn't understand that. And they would give out, like, information that Brett would actually use to harm them.
Right.
And that was the problem. Like, they were being real open about like what their actual pasts were and what their real lives were all about and stuff like that with Brett Keane, which is not a thing that you do.
Did Uni take off or did he actually drop out?
I think he might have taken off.
Okay, did he say goodbye? Because like I'm just like otherwise I'll add Van.
He did not say goodbye, but
it's a drop.
Yeah, I can always drop if I need to.
I'm just making sure that like there we go. Okay.
I thought you said you were upgrading, Spackle.
I have to upgrade tomorrow. I don't have the change right now.
I know, I'm messing with you.
Damn it, I keep hitting the wrong button. I'm on my phone.
Does somebody need a drop for Van? Because I will.
How much does it cost to
I think Van wanted to talk about the Ocean thing really quick because he had insight on that and he's kind of buddies with Ocean.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So let me
I can drop for Ocean, no problem.
For Ocean? It's not Ocean. It's
I mean,
Van.
sorry, I beg your pardon. I wouldn't actually. I don't mean I'll drop for Ocean. I'll drop for Van, the man. No fucking problem. Just put me backstage if you wouldn't mind, and then when he's finished, I can come back in again, or somebody leaves.
Sure, absolutely. All right.
Thank you.
how much does it cost to get the upgraded version?
It's like $20.
I just have to hold off right now. But hey Van, so we wanted to go back to the Ocean thing. Les was saying that she or he, I don't even know. They were being dogpiled.
It's less, so I believe it's male pronouns. But they's
good.
good.
Okay, so I'm not on Twitter, so I don't know what was going on there, but I can tell you what we were talking about as like the whole thing was going on. Around the time of the brass tacks, Ocean was just like, pardon me.
I don't know what
he's a bit of a dick. And he's like, well, so he's a bit of a dick. Okay. And he just didn't get it. And actually during that time, he started a GDC Discord, and I was even an admin in there at the time. And I'm like, really? You sure about this? I'm like, yeah. Because I don't know. And I guess it was about 3 months later where he was just like, yeah, I get it. Because the asshole finally, seen. He finally saw the asshole for what it was. So like I said, I don't know what was going on Twitter. So I can't speak to any of that.
Eventually, though, Ocean came around with Steve, and it was the thing that broke Ocean. And Motion spoke up was Katie Joy and the son, and Steve linked Katie Joy's son and said he doesn't look like he has a disability. He doesn't look like he has a problem.
Do you want that? Do you want that screenshot? I can grab it real quick.
Yeah, get that screenshot.
And he said the son wasn't medically fragile, I believe, and made these big arguments for why. It was so strange.
That was a word. Here's the Twitter screenshot. I just scrolled to
it. It is shocking to me in a way because like this is a guy that like screams that you're attacking my daughter if you say that he's a bad provider, and then he goes around and links like the kid's picture.
Yeah.
And it was just, oh my God.
Well, I know Katie's situation, and you gotta look. I criticize the hell out of her a lot, but she is a good mom. Like anybody out there that wants to say the opposite, I don't know where your argument's coming from. But her and her husband, because I've talked when I've been in like calls with them when they were taking care of the son, because the dad would be in the background and the son, and he's autistic and he's got problems, but he actually is doing really good. And so I think that's where Steve's argument came from. But for him to make the argument and to pull it in, especially after the screenshots were about a dead 2-year-old. And they were trying to say that Katie was saying that it was good that a dead 2-year-old died and all this garbage. It all links back to bringing kids into it. I could even go into them recently trying to bring my kids into an argument, but it is wrong. I just don't understand it. I don't know. I don't know why Steve wouldn't be able to sit down with me and actually talk to me about it, because that's where my criticism came from. And I tried to get him before I did my criticism. I tried to, talk to him before I did it. And he was on like a Twitch call or something. So anyway, but of course I believe the tactics that were used the stream is still up on Steve's channel. After I finished my video, I went to his channel and Manya was there, I believe, and Steve, and I'm like, well, what's your issue? And I'm sitting here like thinking that they're going to tell me what the issue is, where I've been wrong with something. Afterwards, of course, I realized they had just created a tactic. They were trying to make it sound like Steve was going to bring up the child's name and everybody had a problem with it. And nobody gave a shit if you said the child's name. People were pissed that he was attacking this child and his medical problems. Anyway, long rant. Sorry, I'll mute again.
You're all right.
No,
Okay.
you're good. You're fine.
Van, did you have anything to add? This is the what he's linking is the thing they said Katie's son looks happy, a normal kid, really hate involving family and kids, but she claims he's medically, I guess that's supposed to be medically fragile. I clearly am not an MD, and I honestly am asking what would make him medically fragile if this healthy looking, gosh, Cheshire corrects my grammar. Jesus, Cheshire, look at your own house. If this healthy looking, normal, and talkative. And then he gets a response from the atheist pastor. Oh, God. I've been with you on a lot of this, but I don't see the kids getting brought into it. If she does that on her, but be better, not all disabilities are visible. I can say this as a father of a child who doesn't have a visible disability. Regardless, going down this path is bad in my opinion. And then Steve says, we have no choice. This is a man that screams about honor and ethics, right? We have no choice. Someone has finally moved past this taboo to ask the difficult questions.
And then you get a response there.
Yeah, that's the basis of mine and Steve's issue. The day that happened is the night that I criticized him. But go ahead, sorry.
Yep. So that's where I saw Ocean stand up to Steve, actually. So I was just pointing that out.
And if people want the video from that night, I'll put it in the chat for people. There you go.
Yeah, I'd like to see. Do you mind throwing it in Discord for me too, man? If you can. Cool.
No problem.
All right, thanks. That way it'll be there for me later.
Athena is pointing out like a visually impaired. Most people don't know that. Some people don't know. Some people are very hard of hearing. Some people don't know. Like we have another person that's visually impaired and kind of makes their way through everything. And people just don't know. And on top of it, there's these other things like immune disorders and neurological things that you don't see. Like it's just a dangerous thing to do.
Katie's son has a brain disorder that I believe, and she'll probably correct me if I'm wrong, but it caused developmental disorders. It caused a form of autism and something else. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's saw somebody waiting on me. I gotta get on this hunt. But keep talking. I apologize. I didn't mean to.
Okay. So Van, I did promise that I was gonna bring Simos back. So I appreciate you coming in there. I'm gonna expand this to 10 people. So I'll try to give you a spot the next time. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
We'll catch.
All right,
Oh,
buddy.
I'm a
I'm
horrible
probably
person.
done.
He's like, so
I'm
take
only
it back.
probably going to be up for like another half hour too, so I'll be out.
Yep.
I don't know when you're ending, but I'll probably jump in about a half hour. Just if anyone wants to jump in, if you're still going
I
to.
didn't realize it was already midnight 30. Jeez.
Yeah, I actually probably should go pretty soon, but I was just going to ask if anybody had any final words to talk about like this particular subject. I'd probably go around and then let's close out for the night because I do work pretty early. So everybody wave hi to Agrippa in chat. Apparently,
Yeah, he said he was headed out, but he said
When you Grippa, when you get done with vacation, hit me up so you can come on the show for a little bit or something if you
Yes.
get time.
he's living his best life out there.
I'm so jealous.
Yeah, and
have a wonderful holiday.
we're really excited to hear about every single fucking step you take.
Right. Oh,
Well,
man.
I'll go ahead and make a final word so I can jump. That way Simos can come in. But
I'm
yeah.
already in, dude.
Oh, cool. Sorry, buddy. But yeah, I'll let you talk if you got anything to add. So before
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, see, the issue I had is that we've got this giant, insane, stupid drama going on now, if you look at it. And, you know, for me, I don't know if anyone notices, but it's a big sarcastic, you know, kind of days of our live stream soap opera tracking of what's going on. And the reason I did that, I noticed that Steve, whether you want to say he's a conspiracy theorist or not, but that's what I did for the first maybe 5 years I was on YouTube. So the one thing that always defeated every one of them was me just taking what they said publicly said about an issue after I debunked them or after I countered them and just making a log of it. And that's what I've done for these issues that I've encountered in his current community with, and then, you know, Reds and them too, because the whole thing started with him attacking her kid. And you'd expect him to come back and say, like, I expected to go to his channel and witness the epicness of this debate god from the Non Sequitur show finally coming out to school me on how I'm wrong for criticizing him for bringing the kid in and these other things. And when I got there, I encountered the opposite. And I literally have just been, you know, witnessing everything since I encountered Manya or Cheshire, basically being there as distractors for any time Steve, Reds, or any of them did something or said something wrong, when they went into a rage, when they would yell or they would distract. I remember in that stream, he was telling me, "You're just wrong. I'm trying to correct you, and you're wrong." And I stopped him and Manya so many times, and I said, "Well, then just tell me where I'm wrong." And I remember Manya's response was, "It just seems like you don't like criticism." And I go, "Well, you haven't criticized me yet. You got to tell me what I got wrong or what you're responding to in order for me to be able to process your side, and then I can respond." So I noticed it was a tactic very quickly. And just so that everybody gets it, the one thing that if you determine someone's a conspiracy theorist, I've found the best medicine is to oppose their gaslighting, because that's the thing. They'll usually disappear for a week or a month or however long it takes for things to die down, whether they, you know, you debunk their conspiracy or whatever it may be. And if you make sure to, in that time, I would always drop a full video, debunk, and then when they come back, you know, keep track of what they were doing. And that's always defeated these types of guys, because then you can say, no, your response to that wasn't to address the issue that you attacked the kid, but it was actually to play this game. And then you can play the clip and then you can show them, because I know Steve very quickly was trying to say that it was all these other things that me and him had an issue with. But that's all I'll add. I think that, you know, you guys have a great conversations. Hope to come back sometime. And if you want to join my Discord, for the people that were here, it's in the right side. So thank you, Spackle.
Yeah, that's
Appreciate it.
good for you popping in.
Alrighty. Bye-bye.
Appreciate
Good
it.
to talk to you, dude. And also, just to point out, the There's another way to deal with conspiracy theorists, and that's to out-conspiracy them. Just as a laugh. Obviously, it's not serious. So I think we've done this many times, haven't we, sir? I think you'll confirm this. When I confronted somebody that said we hadn't been to the moon, I said, "Oh, you idiot! You think the moon exists?"
I remember that.
One of my favorite tactics. Just go more crazy than them. Make them the reasonable person.
Yeah. Oh, fucking brilliant. Good times. Good times.
You think the moon exists? You fool.
I do kind of miss going into rooms and like double teaming someone with Simon.
Hey. Oh man.
You know that video I had of Eve and Tawny yelling and screaming the whole time. Simon's like ha 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 ha, ha on camera.
Yeah. I couldn't help myself, and I didn't really know that many people in there. I didn't know Tanya and whatnot, but I do remember at some point, and I don't know whether you actually played it or not, but at some point I was just oh no you did, but it was talked over. But I actually was trying to inflame the situation even more.
What did you say?
I can't remember, but you were trying to calm them down. And every time you said something, I just popped in afterwards and went, yeah, you could do that, but... Oh, fuck. And you got so mad at me. It was beautiful. Not
yeah,
in a
you were just in the
horrible
corner
way,
laughing the whole way time. I remember that. I was in there as a dare, and like I didn't realize they were as drunk as they were.
Oh man, those girls, they were absolutely smashed.
Looking back at it, it's really, really funny.
Yeah. Good times, yeah, good times.
All
But
right.
there was a guy called R1 going way back, and he was a nasty piece of work. But Fabio and I found him in a hangout at one time. And then every time he tried to conspiracy us, we just doubled it down. We went much harder. Like, oh, are you kidding me? You know, all of this, like, oh God, you're just a fucking baby conspiracy theorist, aren't you? You don't know shit. And by the end of the hangout, he was so mad that he couldn't say anything, which was more conspiracy than us. You know.
God.
Used
Well,
to do the
that's
same
the
thing with
tactic.
Commando as well.
Oh, Commando. Like I could not tell if that guy was troll or real.
That was one of the ones I did with Serb, I seem to remember.
Oh, Commando? Yeah.
Yeah.
I know, isn't that weird? Like I don't like even try. Like, but it does help that Uni came over for sure. Like, I think I was at 20, and then I doubled right away.
No, it's nice. It's nice to speak to him actually, because
Yeah.
I watch a lot of his videos. So
Yeah,
I
usually
do
it's just a talking
enjoy-
head, so it's interesting to get to talk. Huh?
Well, a bit more than that. It's an informed talking head, I would say.
Yeah.
But, yeah. So yeah, really good. And Ethan as well. I hope you're going to come back on to see if you can get Serb on to do an interview.
I would love to talk with Cerberus about the GDC. That would be fantastic.
And I'd love to see more of your videos, because I also enjoy listening to you when you've got a topic. So
You know who
please
you
do
should
that.
talk to from back in the day if we can find him?
Hmm.
Cannibal Fresh.
I
I think you'd enjoy a conversation with that guy.
Cannibal for us terrifies me.
I know.
Well, I mean, I've talked to some pretty terrifying people, so I have thick skin at this point. I mean, at this point, it's like I've always said the final episode needs to be an interview with Drag, right? That needs to be the final episode that closes down the series. But I want to make sure. I would really love Steve to come on. Like that would be. It would just really make the series complete if Steve would sit for an interview. I know he won't, but God.
Yeah, I think it would be good to get somebody from the other perspective, the other side.
It would.
You should do Ocean as well. I think that would be an interesting
Yeah,
one.
I should ask Ocean.
100% Ocean. So the reason why Ocean's handy is one, he's different. He's a pagan, which is unusual. Two,
I don't have him on Discord anymore. Can anyone get me like in contact with him?
Twitter. You could send him a DM on Twitter.
I don't have
Oh.
Twitter.
I mean, I could get permission to give you his name, but I would have to deal with him hating me.
No, don't give him his name. So he does have a Discord. I'm not in it anymore though, because I left a whole bunch of Discords when I was going through
I'm in a
things.
Discord that has him, so I'll try and send him a message.
Yeah.
And see what I can
Okay.
do.
See, do you have an email that like Simos could give him?
As a progressive liberal
don't
at gmail.com. It's the same one it's been for.
Okay, there
a
you go.
while.
So he is somebody that has had experience with all the characters. And he's somebody that eventually split from Steve, but he's going to have a different view than everybody else probably. So
yeah.
Ocean's
Agrippa, I'm taking you up on that. Go ahead.
Ocean's in Dreg's Discord. You can just message him through there.
Oh, is he still?
Yeah.
I thought he left. Okay.
Oh, he's in Treg's Discord?
Looks to be.
There you go.
There you go. So yeah, he'd be a good one for sure.
Yeah.
All right. And then final words, ProLib. Anything?
Well, let's see. This has been a long stream. Wow.
Yeah, it has. I didn't realize it until like I was like, whoa.
I didn't either. And I was having a blast. Here's my final word. Be good to other people when they deserve it. Treat everybody with respect, even when they don't, but don't hesitate to call them out on their bullshit when they deserve that too. Everyone needs a check in life. Sometimes you need a check from people who love you and respect you, and sometimes you need a check from people who don't, because those hit different and they'll teach you different lessons. And don't be afraid to be the one that checks somebody else, whether they're somebody you like and respect or not, because everybody sometimes needs a good slice of humble pie, and you might just be the one to serve them the piece they need to eat the most. And thank you for having me. And I'll leave now. Goodbye.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Sir.
Oh God. I don't have anything prepared.
Okay, goodbye, sir.
Bye. No, I'm gonna. I guess I'll announce it here. I've decided to do probably a monthly stream. I changed my mind stream on some crazy thing that I believe, but maybe I shouldn't.
Oh, change my mind. Oh gosh, there's so many things that I would like to change your mind on.
Oh, hell, send me some ideas. I got a
But
couple.
then I get
couple
exasperated with you.
Well, bring in reinforcement. I'm voluntarily going to go one versus whoever wants to come in.
So what you're saying is like, grab all of the Australians I can find and have them go at you over gun control.
See, that would have worked. That would have worked years ago. But like most of the Australians that used to get into me with it over guns agree with me now.
I know.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, it's whomever wants to come in, by the way. So let me just change your mind about grammar.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, I still say then instead of that. Or I mix those up all the time.
Now those would be great. I'll definitely come in and try and troll you a little bit. So
I think I already hit Simos. How about Shadow? Go ahead.
Yeah, before Shadow goes, because he's probably got something a little more intelligent than me to finish on. But I would like to just say thank you so much, Holy. This has been a blast, and as always, top tier quality conversation. And thank you so much, and love you lots.
Oh, thank you. I'm always glad when you're around. It's always much better. So we appreciate you coming in. So Shadow Tigger, any final words that you wanted to share?
Hail Hydra.
Hail Hydra. I know what that's referencing. Listen, there's nothing wrong with reading a book at the dinner table when you have guests. Bazing.
There you go, Fiora.
he left. I just, as we said that, the one viewer dropped. I'm just saying. Okay. Well, I would like to say that, gosh, I think I was a lot sweeter and kinder when I first joined the community, but I was also really naive, and I walked into things that I didn't know, and I had that get along idea. Can't we just all get along? Can't we all just unity and, kumbaya? And now I have a little bit of a different view, but finding people that have conversations that aren't terrifying, that aren't like coming at you as I'm a teacher and I'm gonna like belittle you the whole time or talk down to you or assume you don't know what critical thinking is and then explain it badly and not make any sense while you're explaining it. Like it's frustrating to like kind of dig through and figure out like, you know, which people or you want to have conversations with, which communities you want to engage with. But one of the things that I've taken on, and I guess a lesson I learned with like the Steve camp is that if a community bubbles up to an extreme point and they start passing around a block list of 300 people, and they start blocking people like Shannon Q, people like Dr. Misha, people like Bill Ludlow, people like Sock Account, it's just not worth being part of that community anymore. And so like this is something food for thought that it's one thing to like block a doxer and people that are being just incredibly grotesque. But if people are just trying to shut down communication, that makes it just not fun anymore. It's not part of what the Great Debate ever was to be. And so, you know, like it's something to just consider when you're looking around for community groups and stuff like that. That it's okay to have a safer group and kick out people that are doxers and stuff, but like what they've done is bubble up ideas and anything that challenges it, or anybody that's snarky or just a little bit, you know, using like humor, White House hat trolls. I'm sorry, but White House trolls are funny. Keep them around. Like Spooky. Spooky's saying I troll Christians. That's not very nice, Spooky. Spooky's so mean. So I'm going to play this video and appreciate everybody that came out. And I'm just going to end with this funny GDC video here and I'll play it for y'all.
Dragnet. Dragnet. Dragnet.
Don't fuck with me or
You're still here. What are you doing? The stream's over, folks. Time to go home.